This paladin is so despicable. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 201 Lilith's Evil Suggestion. It has to be said that the flesh and blood cult is still quite different in the eyes of normal people. Only those laborers who rely on their strength to make a living at the harbor dock will join in the beginning for a full breakfast. As for other people, let alone those in the upper city, even those in the lower city, are unlikely to join the flesh and blood cult, which sounds so weird, just to become strong. Wright saw this from the number of new converts after the disaster crocodile was killed. Everyone saw with their own eyes that those dock workers became so powerful, but they still chose to stay away. This shows that the current flesh and blood cult model cannot be used for large-scale missionary work. Its favorable target group is too precise, so it has also been backfired and cannot effectively attract people outside the target group. Therefore, if you want to preach, expand the influence of the church, and make the god of flesh and blood flourish, you have to change a new way. Aerobics is a good way to preach. No matter which world, no matter what age women are, they will have body anxiety. No woman would refuse to make her body more symmetrical and more beautiful. Aerobics, you can do it once you learn it. You don't need to buy any expensive equipment or take any precious potions. You just need to find time to do it every day, and you will have a perfect body. It can also beautify your skin, prolong your life, tighten your skin, and make you full of vitality. The most important thing is that it doesn't cost money. If it doesn't cost money, you should believe it. Wright can foresee that once the flesh and blood aerobics spreads, it will soon become popular throughout the city and will grow rapidly. And these people can't actually be considered believers of the flesh and blood cult. They just do aerobics and may pray to the flesh and blood god, but that is not a sincere prayer. It is more of a plea to lose weight faster. But it doesn't matter, because even if they are not believers, they can still contribute the power of faith. The difference between these people who do aerobics and real flesh and blood believers is probably similar to that between pilgrims and monks. Pilgrims worship Buddha, believe in Buddha, and worship Buddha, but they have not become monks or entered Buddhism. But their power of faith can indeed be gathered together. However, this efficiency is too slow. So few gods do this. Especially when a world has a true god sitting in it. If this behavior is carried out, a part of the income of the power of faith will be divided and paid to the true god. But the true gods of this world are Aphra and Jonah, and there is no loss inside and outside. As for radiogymnastics, it is specially prepared for children. To develop a user base, we must start from the younger generation, so that we can seize the future. Moreover, the promotion of flesh and blood radiogymnastics is simpler than aerobics. Just tell parents that doing radiogymnastics can strengthen the body, reduce illness, and grow taller. Then parents will use rolling pins to force their children to practice, starting at least 2.5 years per person. I believe that it will not be long before the flesh and blood cult will not need to worry about the power of faith. As for the core members, then you just need to choose them at will from the vast number of pilgrims. After the basic amount is large, there is no need to actively search, and the right talents will come to you. After dealing with the cult of the flesh and blood, Wright went to Lilith's room. It turned out that these girls were still playing in the dream, and it seemed that they would not come back for a while. Wright covered Lilith's quilt and laughed helplessly. "When did you learn to kick the quilt? I didn't expect that you would actually get better." "Well, the future is just around the corner." Wright turned and left Lilith's room and strolled to his alchemy warehouse. Because the Little Mermaid lived here, Wright had not made new creations for a long time. This also caused his grocery store to be closed. Pushing open the warehouse door, Wright walked into the warehouse in the moonlight. The Little Mermaid heard the footsteps and swam up quickly. "Your Highness Wright, you are here." "Gladdy, we are so familiar with each other, you can just call me Wright." "Okay, Wright." Gladys supported her hands on the shore, looked up at him and smiled sweetly. "Mr. Wright is not as scary as Rosatina said. Instead, he is a gentle and powerful person. I will tell her next time I see her." "Who is Rosatina?" "Oh, the Cribbleby princess of the elves." Wright laughed. "Really? I don't think it's necessary. It's quite interesting to be the nightmare of the elf princess. Mr. Wright is really mean. Gladys, there are some things I want to tell you. Well, okay. Looking at the innocent little mermaid, Wright was touched, but he still chose to speak. Probably the day after tomorrow, the Sea Tribe will send a super luxurious team to welcome you back to the ocean. So, you can finally go home. Really? That's great. Ha ha ha. I can finally go home. The little mermaid swam happily in the pool and finally returned to the shore with a lonely expression. Then, can I come and play again in the future? Of course, we will always be your friends, and you are always welcome here, including the holy city. Wright pointed to the blackboard beside him and said, look, if you really count, Unica and Emily are both your students. As a teacher, isn't it reasonable to come back and check homework when you have nothing to do? Yeah, that's great. Wright looked at the happy little mermaid and hesitated to speak. Gladys saw Wright's embarrassment and tilted her head to look at him. Mr. Wright, if you have anything to say, just tell me directly. Is it about my body? You have noticed something? Well, I guess so. Although I didn't return to the sea, I still feel a little different. And Gladys sighed faintly. Those people caught me. I don't think they helped me put me in a jar as an ornamental fish. They must have done something, but I don't know. But it seems that Mr. Wright should know. Well, I really should tell you about this. Wright took a deep breath and told Gladys about the blood of Poseidon. Unexpectedly, the little mermaid was very happy after hearing it. Really? No more. That's great. You. Mr. Wright, it turns out that you are worried about me because of this. You are really a kind and gentle man. The little mermaid twisted her waist happily, and her tail slapped the water, stirring up happy splashes. Mr. Wright should know that there is a rule of death fight among the royal family members of the Sea Clan. I know that both sides are divided into superiority and life and death, and the winner can get all the blood of the sea god from the dead. Yes, but I'm not good at fighting. But the blood of the sea god in my body is very strong. I'm just about to become an adult this year. After the coming of age ceremony, I can become the target of others to initiate a death fight. A weak girl like me, with strong blood power. In the eyes of those heartless royal family members, I'm the fattest prey. Even with the protection of my father and brother, it is inevitable that some royal family members will take risks. The royal family of the Sea Clan has no friendship at all. Even if a Sea King defeats a member of the Sea Emperor, he can also absorb this blood power and be promoted to the Sea Emperor. For me, the blood of the sea god is actually a curse of death. I don't have the blood of the sea god now, but I'm still alive. Is there a better ending than this? Mr. Leet, you should be happy for me. Leet looked at the little mermaid in surprise. You think about the problem. Okay. At least the father and the elder brother will take care of me. Grandis happily circled the water. That, Mr. Lit, and everyone, will you come to the sea to see me? Of course. Wright took out the colorful shells that symbolized his VIP status. I'm a VIP here, and I can travel freely in the deep sea. Don't worry. Yeah. Okay, Gladys, your injuries haven't healed yet. Take more rest these 2 days. When you return to the sea the day after tomorrow, you should be able to recover faster. Leave the rest to me. Don't worry. Okay. Right. Wright waved goodbye to the little mermaid and turned to leave the warehouse. After the door closed, Wright took a deep breath and looked up at the bright moon. Helping others and helping yourself at the same time, there is nothing wrong. But why do I feel a little guilty? Is it my conscience that hurts? It's strange. You don't have that thing. Wright looked back and found that the little devil Lilith was looking at him with her hands folded. Are you awake? I woke up when someone covered me with a blanket. I'm a succubus. It's my instinct to sense the changes in my real body in a dream. Okay. Please use this dual perception, where a succubus should use it. Thank you. Lilith glared at Wright fiercely. I heard from the lying demon that you are going to create a fairy tale subspace. That requires a lot of energy. Are you thinking about Dragon Island and the Dragon of the End? No, no, no. The energy of Dragon Island is to be given back to this world. A fierce light flashed in Wright's eyes. I want to get something from the Eternal Dragon Clan and the Dragon Realm. I knew it. Lilith suddenly laughed. Did you know that the Dragon Clan has bases in the Dream Rift and the Demon Realm? Chapter 202. Please Rob, say thank you, ask for monthly ticket. The dragon race is a proud race. The eternal dragon race is even more so. They think they are stronger and more perfect life forms, and they look down on other life forms. It has to be admitted that they do have a certain amount of capital for arrogance. But the world is like this. It is impossible for one to stand out. No matter how strong the dragon race is, it cannot be the only one. The God Realm and the Demon Realm are powerful opponents that the dragon race cannot ignore. But being able to stand on equal footing with the entire God Realm and the Demon Realm with the power of one race is also a commendable achievement. For this reason, the dragon race also deliberately occupied a small part of the God Realm and the Demon Realm. On the one hand, it is to have contact with both parties, to avoid some communication problems, and cause unnecessary conflicts. On the other hand, it is also to observe the rise and fall of the opponent at all times, and strive for the greatest benefit for themselves in a timely manner. As for the Dream Rift, that is also a very important place, and the dragon race will naturally not miss the opportunity to get involved. Not only the Dream Rift, there are also many elemental dragon habitats in the elemental subspace. It can be said that creatures like dragons can always find their traces in every world, plane, and subspace. This is their advantage. But when Wright became interested in them, this advantage immediately became their fatal weakness. Which one should I choose? Which one should I choose? Wright looked at the map sent by the devil and hesitated. This map cost 3 soul coins. It is a rare genuine product. Pinocchio's conscience has confirmed it. I think we should choose the Emerald Dream. Lilith was eager to try. The elven dragons there are very powerful, but their weaknesses are also obvious. I remember that the Emerald Dream is closely related to the elves. Wright waved his hand to reject Lilith's proposal. Our current trade route plan is in cooperation with the elves. It would be bad if this incident caused hostility and confrontation. Don't go against money if you can't get along with anyone. Let's look for it again. Emily stood aside and looked at it again and again. What about this? The Dragon God Realm. It sounds very powerful. Shall we go there? No, no, no. I think it's the homeland of the dragon liches. There are dragons and liches. It must be very interesting. Let's choose the Dragon God Realm. Wright waved his hand and finalized the target of this robbery. The dragon race attaches great importance to death. It is very rare that a dragon race will not be willing to die and then transform into a lich. The undead race is heretical to the dragon race's energy plundering plan. The dragon lich is probably dead set on Dragon Island. Even if we rob him, it will be meaningless. We are professional robbers and we must show our professionalism. If we can't rob what we want, what's the difference between us and salted fish? Lilith looked at Wright not very happily. Oh, really? Didn't someone claim to be a professional when we robbed the Holy Rose last time? What was the result? Wright frowned, but still insisted on his decision. It's the Dragon God Secret Realm. Lilith was unwilling. The one you chose, although the name sounds great. But as far as I know, it's just a deceptive gimmick. What Dragon God? It's not the case at all. Wright looked at the other party very seriously. Lilith, don't you see my intention? What intention? The first principle of starting a group is to start the group first. Wright rubbed his hands excitedly. Why do you care about the size of him? We are not just doing this. Let's do it. Don't worry about dragons, dragon gods, liches. Let's just catch them and beat them up. Anyway, we won't suffer any loss. After the fight, leave your name and arrogant provocation. I have thought of the sentence. You are a dragon, that's fine. Or, a dragon slaying sword. Click and you will get it. 999 for one sword. If you are a brother, come and chop dragons with me. Emily clapped subconsciously. I always feel that the style of your first sentence is really different from the second sentence. In short, there is no time to lose. I heard that the Dragon Clan likes shiny things, so they like to collect treasures and gold coins. This bad habit probably won't change in the dream world. Then we can directly take away their wealth accumulation to further speed up the construction progress of the fairy tale town. At the same time, the Dragon Clan is used to being arrogant and domineering. After suffering such a big loss, they will definitely find fault and retaliate. Then we won't have to hunt and plunder one by one. We can just sit here and wait for them to fall into our trap. Lilith couldn't help but give a thumbs up after hearing this. You are the only one who can do this kind of thing. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Emily was very excited. After all, slaying a dragon is a symbol of honor. Although this is a dream, it can also make people excited. Especially after knowing the true identity of the Dragon Clan. It is actually the destroyer of the world. As a native of this world, Emily is even more ambitious. Why are you in such a hurry? We need to cover up first. What? Cover up? Emily looked at Wright in shock. You have changed. When you did this kind of thing before, you wanted the whole world to know that it was you who did it. Now, you are going to hide your identity? Wright gave her a big eye roll. Use your pitiful brain capacity to think about it. If the Dragon Clan knew that I was looking for trouble with the Dragon Clan everywhere, they would definitely notify Dragon Island and increase their vigilance against me. When the time comes, when we try to fool those stupid lizards, the effect will be halved. Therefore, we have to rob in a high-profile manner, but we cannot expose our identities. Let these lizards not associate what happened here with our world. This is a technical job. Lilith frowned. How about we disguise ourselves as devils? Put the blame on them. There is no problem with you, me, and Leopai. But have you ever seen a devil like Emily? Emily pouted. I have reason to suspect that you are saying that I'm stupid, but I have no solid evidence. Leopai spread his hands and said, isn't it easy? You can also pretend to be dragons. The dragons are not very united. They often rob their own dragons. Not to mention robbery, killing and robbing are also common. Think about it. In those legendary stories, are dragons solitary? This top predator lives alone, unless it is mating and taking care of the next generation. After all, no one can tolerate the bad temper of the dragons, not even the dragons themselves. That's right. Wright clapped his hands and said, then let's pretend to be dragons. Emily, you pretend to be a multi-headed elemental dragon. Lilith, you pretend to be a hell demon dragon. And I pretend to be a holy dragon of light. Emily looked confused. What does a multi-headed, elemental, dragon look like? Leopai sighed and said, forget it, I'll help you. The wooden index finger and thumb of the light demon formed a circle, and then blew suddenly. A huge bubble of lies flew out of the body and enveloped Emily. Then, Emily quickly grew larger, and grew several slender dragon necks, and each dragon head had a different color. There are too many of them. Wright felt a chill. I even feel a little disgusting. How could I know it would be like this? The devil of lies spread his hands helplessly. For a full system magician, turning into an elemental dragon is like this. Lies must be rooted in reality. Wright waved his hands. Forget it. You turn her into an elf dragon. If she is proficient in all systems, she can get away with disguising as an elf dragon. Okay then. The devil of lies used the same trick again. This time, Emily's body quickly shrank under the bubble wrap, shrinking by 1/10. But her appearance was very beautiful. Rather than a dragon, she looked more like a butterfly. I like this. So beautiful. Lilith saw that Emily was ready, and immediately transformed into a hideous and terrifying hellish demon dragon. Her nostrils exhaled hot breath, mixed with a strong smell of sulfur. The scorching airwaves emanating from her body made the clouds in the dream surge. Not bad, not bad. Watch me. Wright's mind changed, and his body suddenly grew larger, transforming into a holy dragon of light with platinum scales all over his body. The two pairs of iconic dragon wings flickered up and down, and the whole body exuded a sacred and rich power of light. Wright quietly floated in the air, like a newly rising sun. The devil of lies saw Wright's holy dragon form, and suddenly slapped his forehead. Oh, Wright. Boss, you are a paladin. Why are you still so surprised? Don't forget that I defeated you with the power of holy light. Sorry, boss, even if that's the case, it's still hard for me to connect you with the holy light. I resist instinctively. Wright opened his mouth and struck out with the holy dragon breath, scaring the devil of lies to dodge and retreat. Okay, let's go immediately and completely destroy that so-called dragon god world. Becoming a dragon is fun. Hurry up, we have a tight schedule. After finishing this job, we can still do 2 more before dawn. Wright was puzzled. Lilith, Do you have anything to do during the day? I'm going to take everyone to the commercial street in the upper city. Let me tell you, I'm a busy man. Let's go. The Hell Demon Dragon shook its dragon wings, turned into a disaster meteor, and headed towards the destination. The fairy dragon Emily followed closely behind, turning into a colorful rainbow light, and her speed was not inferior. What a joke. I have 2 pairs of dragon wings, twice as many as you. Wright shook his 4 wings, and turned into a ray of light. He was the first to arrive, and caught up with the 2 dragons in front in an instant. Looking at the backs of the 3 dragons leaving, the lying demon muttered to himself. This team configuration is quite explosive even in the rifts of dreams. The Holy Dragon of Light teamed up with the evil Dragon of Hell and the Elf Dragon to plunder the Dragon Clan's dream strongholds. Hiss. Strange. Why am I having such a dream? We won. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203. This Holy Dragon of Light is so despicable. The Holy Dragon of Light is a moral model among the dragons, and can be regarded as the conscience of the dragons. You can even not believe in the dragon god, but you must believe in the Holy Dragon of Light. They are sincere, enthusiastic, and every scale on their body exudes a strong sense of kindness. It is precisely because of this kindness that the Holy Dragon of Light has decreased sharply, and finally it has become so rare that even the dragon world can't see a few of them. This is a pity for the dragons, and it is a pity for everyone. After all, who doesn't like such a noble and powerful holy dragon? Its existence is the guarantee of public order and morality. With it, all evil can be dispelled. The Holy Dragon of Light is worthy of every word in his name. However, the dragon's heart is sinister, and there are always exceptions in the world. Just recently, a victim of the Dragon Clan broke out that a criminal gang composed of 3 dragons was roaming in the cracks of dreams and committing crimes. They are a hell evil dragon, an elf dragon, and an unknown evil magic dragon disguised as a holy dragon of light. The reason why it is called a disguise is that all the dragons that have been robbed are unwilling to admit that such a despicable dragon is actually the Holy Dragon of Light. The 3 of them like to commit crimes in groups. After selecting the target victim, the Hell Demon Dragon will first come forward to forcefully attack and create chaos. Then, the pseudo-Holy Dragon of Light will appear and defeat and drive away the Hell Demon Dragon with strong means. Then, as the rescued party, the victim dragon must express gratitude and invite the rare Holy Dragon of Light to visit his dream. At this time, an elf dragon that has been hiding in the wings of the pseudo-Holy Dragon of Light will quietly escape and use its small body to secretly rob the entire dream. When the time is almost right, the Hell Demon Dragon will appear on time and attack the Dragon Clan's dream again. At this time, the elf dragon has completed the looting and returned to the pseudo-Holy Dragon of Light and hid. Taking advantage of the chaos, the pseudo-Holy Dragon of Light will fight again to protect the dream. The 2 sides fought fiercely, and the battle went farther and farther, and finally disappeared. By the time the victim dragon found out something was wrong, its dream had been robbed, and all its treasures were being robbed. There was no way. The difference between ordinary dragons and elven dragons was probably similar to the difference between an eagle and a hummingbird. Worried about the return of the Hell Demon Dragon, and overjoyed at seeing the Holy Dragon of Light, the victim dragon generally wouldn't pay attention to such a small elven dragon. When the victim dragon wanted to chase the enemy had already fled. In this way, the 3 dragons of the Phantom Thief swept the entire Dragon Clan and became the dragon of the Dragon Clan's dreams. After all, the Dragon Clan is a top predator that is said to become stronger by lying down and sleeping. In fact, many dragons like to sleep, and they will sleep for hundreds or thousands of years at any time. Then, the dream cracks are where the Dragon Clan is more active. In less than 2 days, there were more than 50 victim dragons. Such a series of robberies soon shocked the entire Dragon Clan. Even some eternal dragons were unfortunately caught, and they were very angry. So, under the leadership of some powerful eternal dragons, a large number of shepherd dragons joined in. They vowed to bring the 3 phantom raptors to justice. However, just as they were sharpening their knives and laying a net, Wright, Lilith and Emily had already woken up. Yes, when the dragons wanted to fight with the three of them, they were very unethical and left the dream rift directly. They were not real dragons. How could they sleep for 300 or 5,000 years? After this wave of crazy robbery, they accumulated unimaginable wealth. After all, their targets were all old bandits among the dragons, and the size of the harvest depended entirely on how much Emily's incarnation of the elf dragon could steal within a certain period of time. In this way, in less than a day, they collected the construction costs of the second and third phases, fourth, fifth, sixth and seventh phases of Fairytale Town. This solidly verified the old saying in Wright's hometown: a man cannot be rich without external wealth, and a horse cannot be fat without night grass. If you want to get rich, you still have to make a windfall. The view in the early morning is really refreshing. Yeah, I haven't gotten up so early in a long time. Emily couldn't help but sigh as she watched Wright and Lilith standing there chatting about the weather, as if nothing had happened. Sure enough, there was a gap between robbers. The three of them had a clear division of labor, and Emily, as an elf dragon, was assigned the most unskilled hard labor. But even so, Emily still endured the pressure that she shouldn't have to bear with her strength. At first, the first few small attempts were fine, and the targets were all powerful dragons. The unique dragon power of the dragon clan was indeed very breathtaking. But Emily was a witch who had been to the nightmare abyss after all, and she could still deal with ordinary dragons. But then, the strength of the targets chosen by Wright began to rise all the way. Ordinary law god level dragons could no longer satisfy their appetite, and the rule level god level dragons were even slaughtered. Eternal dragons? Rob them as you like. The main point is that all beings are equal in front of a robber. The pressure from those big guys was really terrifying. The most terrifying thing was that Emily felt that she had adapted to it in the end. She felt that her mental strength had made a qualitative leap. I remember the last time I had this feeling was when I went to the Nightmare Abyss for training. I felt that if I continued to rob like this, I would advance from an ordinary saint level toolman to a more advanced legendary toolman. I say, right, Lilith, aren't you afraid at all when facing those scary dragons? What if we are exposed? Won't we be doomed? Wright and Lilith looked at Emily in surprise. Did you sleep confused? I'm invincible in dreams. Literally. That's right. The two of us are at least conceptual level powerhouses. The dream is my home ground. How can those dragons be our opponents? Unless the eternal dragons are dispatched on a large scale, or a few old monsters show up. Then, we will be able to fight them. Emily was stunned. Then, in that case, can't we just rob it directly? After hearing this, Wright looked at Emily with a look of disappointment. I thought you'd become smart enough after going through so many things. I didn't expect your IQ to be so unstable. What do you think we were busy for so long last night? For robbery? Wrong. It was to become the most holy teacher of dream robbers and set a tone and a benchmark for this industry. All the criminal processes and standardized procedures are presented to everyone in the form of classic cases one after another, and tell others that our success can be replicated. I believe it won't be long before those guys with bad intentions will target the fat dragons and become copycats. By then, the dream will inevitably set off a wave of hunting dragons. Emily shuddered. Wow, you are too vicious. In this case, if the dragon's dream is attacked by foreign enemies, if someone else comes forward to help, they may be regarded as accomplices by the dream owner. Even if the enemy is finally expelled, the dream master dare not contact the helper. In this way, no one will help when the dragons are attacked in their dreams. After all, no one wants to contribute and then be slandered. The further development of the matter is that everyone can attack the dragon's dreams at will without worrying about anyone coming to help. The dragons will become isolated and helpless. Whoever wants to rob will choose the dragons first. After all, no one will come to the rescue and there will be no reinforcement. Wright clapped his hands in approval. Not bad. Very good. It seems that your IQ peak has swung back. But, won't this harm other tribes? Just after I praised you, your IQ peak swung down. Robbery always has to have profit income. Do you think anyone in the entire Dream Rift is more valuable than the dragon's horde? Emily shook her head and looked at the succubus Lilith for help. Lilith sighed and announced the correct answer. It's another dragon. Robbing a dragon is a high risk, high reward thing. But now the three of us have used practical actions to tell everyone that dragons are not scary at all and are easily fooled. And now, robbing them will not be justly executed by others, and the difficulty of challenge and danger has been greatly reduced. So the dragons will be busy next. Wright said with a smile. Not only that, I believe they have organized an elite team to take us down. But when we don't show up, the group of lost dragons will definitely not give up. As we all know, the dragons are extremely selfish and bad. They are the kind of people who will steal other people's bicycles to make up for their losses. If their bicycles are stolen, they can still unite this time, but next time, they won't have such a good situation. Maybe the first one to start copying the successful robbery case is the dragon itself. And this is all promoting the formation of a chain of suspicion step by step. The dragons, in the cracks of dreams, will probably degenerate into a state of fighting each other. Emily shuddered after hearing this. This meant that there was no trust between the dragons. There were many reasons why people feared the dragons, and the strength of the entire tribe was a very important point. After all, there was a difference between offending one dragon and offending a group of dragons. Now that the three of them had done this, the overall deterrence of the dragon tribe would be gone. These big lizards were used to being arrogant and domineering. They liked to bully the weak and pursue dragon hegemony. Once this situation was formed, it would evolve from a dragon grabbing craze to a dragon hunting craze. Emily once again firmly believed that she must not offend this man. Just as she was thinking this, the shouts of flesh and blood believers came from outside the grocery store. Patriarch. Boss. The ceremony to welcome the Sea tribe is about to begin. Emily sighed. The next unlucky guy was about to appear. Chapter 204. The sucker called Sea Clan. The scene of welcoming the Sea Clan was nothing short of grand. Although there were no loud drums and firecrackers, the Flesh and Blood Church had specially found the only choir in the city to make a show of it. The people of the entire harbor city were also summoned to line up at the cargo port where the Sea Clan landed. The scene frightened the members of the delegation who had just landed. To be honest, they came here to welcome the little princess today with the mentality that they would die here at worst. The horror of the holy sin had been muttered by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince more than once. After he recounted the story of the bloody saint day over and over again, the envoys of the delegation dreamed of this material. In a trance, it seemed as if they should have been beheaded 3 years ago. However, seeing this scene, the nobles of the Sea Clan were moved to tears. It was so heartwarming. It was like a bowl of hot soup on a cold winter snowy day, which finally gave them the courage to go to the city lord's mansion. Along the way, the welcoming people lined the road and waved small flags enthusiastically. The nobles of the sea race waved to the people enthusiastically. Some of them even began to reflect on whether they had been too harsh on land creatures over the years. Perhaps, it is possible for the sea and the land to be one family? Today is a good start. With such a mood, they came to the gate of the city lord's mansion. Milgard, one of the white paper fans of the Flesh and Blood Church, was waiting for the representatives of the sea race with a smile on his face. Welcome. My name is Milgard Cross. On behalf of the Flesh and Blood Church, I welcome you all. Our boss, the great ancestor Master Wright, is waiting for you inside the castle. Oh, really? Is the Flesh and Blood Church a new sect of the Holy Light Church? No. We are a separate sect, a legal heretical sect approved by the Holy Light Church. The head of the delegation is a member of the Sea Emperor family. He has some friendship with the top leaders of the Holy Light Church, and is relatively clear about human affairs. But just now, he was still confused by the mighty and majestic young man in front of him. Legal heretical sect? I don't really understand you land creatures. Ah. That's right. Ha 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 ha. The leader Heatinga suddenly remembered the instructions of the eldest prince. When everything is connected with the holy sin, any impossible thing is very likely. Don't be surprised. Don't be curious. Don't care. Otherwise you will be easily confused. Well, let's go in now. Don't be in a hurry. Milgard, the white paper fan, took out a stack of papers and handed it to the leader Heatinga. Mr. Leader of the Envoy, this is the consumption list of everyone just now. Please pay the bill first, before we can provide you with the next service. List, checkout, next service. Heatinga was confused by the other party's words again. He took the list, and the other sea creatures behind him also came over instantly. You don't know until you see it. It's really amazing. On the list, it was written that the labor fee of the extras, the production fee of the colorful flags, the appearance fee of the drum and music group, the performance fee of the singing group, the venue rental fee, the approval fee, the decoration deposit, the additional cleaning fee. All these fees added up, and the mission cost a full 3 million gold marks. Hating looked at the list, and then looked at the smiling young man. What do you mean by this? Consumption. Just now, we paid for the services. You don't think that with the reputation of the sea tribe on land, there will be such enthusiastic people and such a grand show? Hatingna was stunned. He knew that it shouldn't be, but can he really say such words? We can give up our face, but you don't want it either, right? We want to die together, right? But we didn't ask for these consumption items. You are forcing us to buy and sell. One of the sea tribe argued with reason. After all, 3 million gold marks is not a small amount. The key is that this money is not only spent unjustly, but also aggrieved. And after returning, it is not easy to tell the tribe, oh, we asked you representatives to take the little princess back, and you guys are so stubborn and spent so much money on it. Question mark? You can't do this. We are an embassy. Oh, that's right. You are an embassy. Milgard slapped his forehead with the white paper fan, as if he remembered something. Damn it, look at my brain. It's really damned. Seeing him like this, the hearts of the sea people were slightly relieved. That's right, this may be a misunderstanding. How could someone let the embassy spend this kind of money? It's ridiculous. Just when everyone was happy to think that the other party would give them free things, Milgard suddenly came over mysteriously and handed a small note to the leader Heatinga. What is this? Heatinga took it with great confusion, opened it, and saw a word written on the note. Invoice. Then the expense item written below was stationary, and it was stamped with a big official seal of the Flesh and Blood Church. The most annoying thing is that the consumption amount written on it was 5 million gold marks. Our patriarch said that this is for your convenience, to claim your expenses when you return. Milgard was still winking. Don't worry, we will never tell anyone. Heaton held the invoice, gritting his teeth in hatred. He hated himself for being so unlucky to take on such a job. He hated himself even more for being shamefully tempted just now. It must be said that you land creatures are really good at making money. Ordinary pirates can't compare. What will happen if we don't pay? Then you can only return the same way you came. By the way, this bill will be sent to your sea palace. If the sea palace still refuses to pay, then we can only wrestle the bonds. Then, can we pay with sea coins? Of course, but it must be equivalent to sea coins. According to my estimation, you have to move out 3 mountains of sea coins to pay it off. I didn't expect that everyone in the sea clan is so amazing that they actually carry so many sea coins with them. Heatinga gritted his teeth and said, Jinmak, I'll pay for this. Captain. Think twice. Yes, Captain. After this money is paid, I don't know what outrageous expenses are waiting for us later. Idiot. Do you think we have a choice? After Heatinga roared, the voices of opposition disappeared at once. Seeing this, he sighed helplessly and carefully put away the small note called invoice given by the other party. Heatinga looked at the white paper fan and sneered. My friend, I remember you just said that this is not a compulsory consumption. We can refuse it, right? Of course, but we have to say it before we start. Okay. Then we will refuse all the projects behind us. Heatinga took out a blue crystal card. We will not be fooled again. Milgard's expression remained unchanged, still smiling. He took out a purple crystal card from his arms, put it on the other party's crystal card, and successfully deducted 3 million gold marks. Now, can we proceed to the next item? Of course. Brothers in the castle, open the door. The castle gate slowly opened, and there was no one inside, and there was no display. It seems that there is no decent scenery and crowd in the castle. Compared with the joyful ocean below, it is really hard and simple. To put it bluntly, in fact, they have not prepared any decent consumption projects here. It is just that they calculated that the sea people dare not continue to give Wright and others the opportunity to make money. So, they tried their best and cut blood and flesh in the first cut. The leader, who was just smug about his cleverness, suddenly turned as black as a sea cucumber. But no matter what, everyone successfully entered the castle. Led by the white paper fan, they passed through the quiet corridor and came to the backyard of the castle. This place has been transformed into a natural swimming pool, and the Little Mermaid is swimming happily in the water. When she saw everyone from the Sea Clan coming, she immediately jumped out of the water happily. Uncle Heatinga and everyone, are you here to pick me up? That's great. Heatinga smiled bitterly. Gladys, my little princess. Do you know that He wanted to tell her about the money he had just been blackmailed, but after thinking about it, he decided to keep it to himself. This kind of thing can only be suffered in silence. After all, the man saved the life of the little princess of the Sea Clan. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is the benefactor of the entire Sea Clan. At this time, it is really disgraceful to haggle with the benefactor over money. The most important thing is that the man is looking at him with a smile. Although there was no murderous aura, it made people feel creepy and cold. Everyone is here. Welcome. Did you like the welcome ceremony along the way? I like it. I like it. His Highness the Holy Sin is thoughtful. But I didn't expect it to be so expensive. Wright waved his hand. Hey, what's the point of spending? I heard that your sea people have been raining sea coins every day recently. The whole sea is full of endless sea coins. The sea people are so rich, spending this little money is nothing. Heatinga was no longer able to be angry. He was very surprised. Obviously, these two evil and smoking good things were done by the man in front of him. But why can he say it so lightly? The key is that these two things that disgusted the sea people can actually form a logical consistency. As a result, he did everything, took all the benefits, and said everything. Not only did the sea people suffer a loss, but they were also not in the right. This is really amazing. Your Highness Light, if there is nothing else, we plan to take the little princess back. Thank you for your care these days. The sea people will never forget your kindness. We have also prepared a big gift for you, which will be delivered in 2 days. Unexpectedly, Light raised his hand and said, take her away, of course, but isn't it too simple? Gladys is a princess after all. Do you want her to grow legs and walk back with you, or just jump all the way down? Heatinga dared not speak out. Didn't you choose the place of handover? If you chose the port, why would there be so many things? While speaking, Light clapped his hands, and a luxurious carriage made of coral reefs and giant shells stopped in front of the sea people. Looking at the stunned sea people, Light smiled like a spring breeze. How about it? Do you want to rent my carriage? Don't be nervous, I'll issue you an invoice, and we'll also sell stationery. Chapter 205 Pay the fine and late payment fee. I never expected that there would be a consumption trap here. Heatinga looked at Wright with a smile on his face, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. They were just feeling lucky that there were no tricks in the city lord's mansion. In the end, they learned another lesson. Land creatures are so terrifying. The Little Mermaid blinked her eyes, looked at Wright in confusion, and then looked at Heatinga. What's wrong? Well, princess, we left in a hurry and didn't bring so much human currency. So, it doesn't matter, you can write an IOU. Wright clapped his hands, and the white paper fan standing by immediately handed over 2 notes. One was a promissory note, and the other was an invoice. Come, sign and put your fingerprints here. The Little Mermaid looked at Wright eagerly. Well, is this very expensive? If it is very expensive, then I can go on my own. It's not that expensive. Since Gladys has asked, then the rental fee this time will be waived for you. Wright waved his hand. Let's go. I'll take you to the port. Heatinga was stunned. This sudden sense of happiness was really unexpected. Just say no. It seems that the other party is actually trying to trick us. However, to be honest, we did not think about this matter carefully. We took the princess back to the sea, but we did not prepare a car. But there is no way. Now the economic system of the Sea Clan has completely collapsed. No one knows what the future trend will be. All precious items are now under strict supervision. After all, if the sea currency is really completely destroyed, these treasures can still play the role of circulation and property value preservation. Want to take it out? It's impossible. Heating looked at Wright and thought to himself, could it be that this man had even calculated this step? It was really terrible. What are you thinking? Mr. Envoy, let's hurry to the port. Okay. Then I'll trouble you, your highness. Heatinga waved his hand, and a stream of water gushed out from the city lord's mansion, and went directly to the harbor. They stepped into the tide of the seawater, and their legs suddenly turned into fishtails. Then they followed the luxurious shell coral carriage, and went down the river. Wright also stepped directly on the water, and the light under his feet gathered into a surfboard, and also went directly back to the port along the current. At this time, all the onlookers had left to collect the money. Only the believers of the flesh and blood cult were still holding on here, and they posed in a unified bodybuilding posture. That feeling was very strange. After arriving at the port, the sea people of the delegation did not dare to stay any longer. They had a hunch that, if they stayed here any longer, there might be some tricks waiting for them. Mr. Light, I'm really sorry for disturbing you during this period. The Little Mermaid Princess bowed to Light and said, glad he will remember the life-saving grace of you, Lady Lilith and Miss Emily. If you have time, please come to the Sea Palace to find me. I will definitely entertain you well then. When the Sea Clan envoys heard this, they suddenly had an urge to die. Invite this holy evil to the bottom of the sea. The sea will be poked with a hole by him. But what the princess said was reasonable, so they could only stand there and smile. Don't be so polite, we are friends. It's just that if you leave, Emily, Unica and others will be very sad. When we are not busy for a while, we will definitely visit you in the Sea Clan. If someone bullies you, tell me and I will help you deal with it. Hearing Light's words, the members of the envoys trembled. It seems that Her Royal Highness the Princess has been getting along well with the holy evil during this period, and has even embraced each other's thighs. In this case, many things must be reconsidered. But for some reason, I always feel that Her Royal Highness is weird, but I can't tell what's weird. After saying goodbye, Gladys entered the giant conch boat that the sea people came on. After everyone else got on the boat one after another, the head of this delegation, Hedina, stepped forward to salute Wright. Mr. Wright, the sea people will always be grateful for everything you have done for Her Royal Highness. Let's not talk about this for now, you pay the fine first. Fine, what fine? Wright pointed to the deep sea conch boat in front of him. This is a private berth. You have to pay for your boat to park here. And you have exceeded the time limit, so you have to pay the fine. In addition, the time for paying the fine has also exceeded the time limit, so you have to pay the late payment fee. How much? How much? Wright calculated and grinned. Not much, only 300,000 gold marks. So much fine. 300,000. Okay. Hettinger gritted his teeth. 300,000 can still be taken out. He really didn't want to argue with Wright anymore. Otherwise, there will be a late payment penalty again. He took out the blue crystal card again. I admit it. 300,000. Did Mr. Captain make a mistake? Wright looked at him in surprise. It's 300,000 per minute. Your ship has been docked here for a total of 45 minutes. So the total fine is 13.5 million. Kill me. Just kill me. The captain shouted without grace. A fine of more than 10 million gold marks. You are robbing openly. Wright frowned. Robbery. I haven't done such an ancient business for a long time. This is a fine. It's a rule. The rule of Harbor City. You have to abide by it. Otherwise I don't know what the consequences will be. Hearing Wright's threat, the captain was helpless. Putting aside the fact that the princess was saved, the fact that the other party can produce unlimited sea coins is enough to make the sea people collapse. Mr. Wright, we don't have so much money. Who goes out with more than 10 million gold marks? Wright was unmoved. You can also swipe the card. The leader held his blue crystal card, but even if you swipe it out, it's not enough money. Wright sighed and took a few pieces of paper from the white paper fan next to him. We can provide small loans here, with low interest rates, and no debt collection. It's the best choice for people with limited money. Heating gritted his teeth. This is not necessary, right? Besides, I don't have any property that can be used as collateral. Wright took back the paper, then sighed quietly, took another stack of paper, and greeted him kindly. So, do you accept organ donations? Tingna was almost crazy. You want everything. Wright shook his head honestly. No, you see, we don't want sea coins. Tingna rolled his eyes and fainted directly. Wright grabbed his hand and pressed his fingerprint on the IOU. Fortunately, the other members of the delegation saw that the situation was not good, so they hurriedly lifted the Sea King up and sent him into the cabin. As the Sea Clan ship slowly sank, it also announced that the welcoming ceremony was over. Wright sneered and handed the IOU in his hand to Milgard with the white paper fan. Lilith came out from somewhere and stood beside Wright, accompanying him to watch the sea. I say, you are doing such an excessive thing. Will it affect the Little Mermaid? Yes, but she won't be hurt. Wright narrowed his eyes and looked at the ups and downs of the sea. The sea tribe is used to being arrogant. If you are polite to them, they will be self-righteous and arrogant. Simply put, they will be more arrogant. In that state, they will do some stupid things, such as provoking us. And the way to provoke is probably to humiliate Gladys. But if I slap the opponent a few times with my forehand and backhand and beat them up, they will hold a grudge and may still look for a chance to get it back from Gladys. You can neither fight nor show weakness. Then, extorting money is the simplest and most effective way. The loss of money will constantly torture their bodies and souls. At the same time, it also reminds them all the time what kind of gold-eating monster is standing behind Gladys. Just to welcome the little princess back, they were skinned, and they lost a lot of money. If they dare to be rude to the little princess in the future, or if Gladys suffers any grievance and runs away from home in anger, then, whoever bullies her will be responsible for bringing her back. Do you think the royal family of the Sea Clan will reimburse the expenses next time? If not, the money should be paid by the group that offended the little princess. Such a large sum of money would be painful for anyone. Therefore, even for their own money, they dare not treat Gladys lightly. After all, her running away from home is really expensive. But she still has half of the witch's power. Just letting her go. Speaking of this, Wright sighed helplessly. Although I'm very unwilling, we have not been able to analyze why the situation of the sea witch is like this. If we fail, we must admit it. We can only let it go first and let the situation develop further to see if we can find clues in the subsequent process. Fortunately, the fairy tale town has gradually improved. After we looted the Dragon Clan's rich cellar yesterday, I believe it won't be long before the fairy tale town can be officially put into use. In that case, it can slowly remove the witch power from the witches, solve the witch problem directly from the root. By then, the questions will be gone, and the answers will naturally not be important. Isn't it? Lilith chuckled twice. Speaking of this, I came here to tell you. The dragons in the Dream Rift are already frantic. They are now fighting each other, and the alliance has fallen apart. The entire Dragon Clan, as long as they have their own dreams in the Dream Rift, are in danger. Many shepherd dragons began to ask the Eternal Dragon Clan for help, hoping to move their dreams to the vicinity of the Eternal Dream, at least in their dreams. But unfortunately, they were rejected. This group of Eternal Dragons are really selfish and disgusting. Wright was very surprised. Isn't this a bit fast? We have only been away from the Dream Rift for half a day. According to my calculations, it should take at least a week for fermentation. Ah, could it be them? Lilith spread her hands and said, yes, it's the devils. Didn't those stupid dragons gather together to ambush us? As a result, the devils went out collectively and ran to the dreams of the dragons who participated in the ambush. This trick cut off the firewood from the bottom of the pot, but it brought a lot of benefits. The dragons who formed the alliance couldn't stand it when their hometown was stolen. They began to quarrel among themselves, and finally collapsed completely, and they still had a lot of mortal enemies. I can only say that the dream is really messy now, with looting and fighting everywhere. It's really scary. Ha 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 ha. Wright rolled his eyes at her and said, constrain yourself. Wait, why are you so happy? You don't hate the dragons that much, do you? Lilith stood on tiptoe, leaned close to Wright's ear and gently exhaled a warm fragrance. I told the dragons about the devil stealing the dragons' homes. You know how to add fuel to the fire. No, you are the master. I just follow behind you and fan the wind. Lilith looked at the rough sea and couldn't help but be amazed. TSK. There's something lively to watch in the dreamland these days. Fairy Tale Town won't be affected, right? No, there's a lying demon watching it. That guy, although not good at fighting, is a top-notch expert at camouflage and hiding. With him, others may not be able to find Fairy Tale Town. Wright stroked his chin. When the chaos is over, we can start investigating. See if there are any dragons from our dragon island among these crazy dragons in the dream. In this way, we can get first-hand information about Dragon Island from the dream. What if there are none? Wright paused. That's difficult. There isn't one, which means that the dragons inside Dragon Island have been in an active state. What are so many dragons doing seriously without sleep? They can't be joking, right? Lilith didn't say anything. She also realized that, if that was the case, it would definitely be a very dangerous signal. The concept of destruction is quite overbearing. At this point, Lilith looked at Wright's profile with concern. She knew his character, and couldn't help feeling a little nervous. Let's go. I'm going back to continue digesting the power of blasphemy. The power of blasphemy can't deal with destruction, so don't worry about it. Wright looked at Lilith's back and smiled helplessly. He turned around and looked at the sea again and took out the sapphire from his arms. What on earth is this thing? Wright saw that the gem had no reaction to the sea, so he had to put it away again. It seems that I haven't found a way to use it yet. Dragon Island. Dreams and the Sea Clan. Both roads must be advanced as soon as possible. If you want to solve the crisis of Dragon Island, you must first find a way to find it. There is no clue about the dream now, and I don't know if there will be any new surprises on the side of the Sea Clan. I hope that little girl Gladys can really help. Suddenly, Wright heard footsteps approaching from behind. He turned around and saw that it was Unica running towards him, panting, holding something in her hand. Hey, what are you doing here? Where's Gladys? She's already returned to the sea. Ah, damn it, I still didn't catch up. Unica's face was full of disappointment. I made a gift for her using alchemy and wanted to give it to her. Chapter 206 Most witches are unreasonable. Subscription request. Wright looked at Unica curiously. I didn't expect you to have a work so soon. What's the gift? Let me see it. Unica confidently took out a crystal ball and handed it to Wright. Here, you made a ball with alchemy. Oh, no. This thing looks like a ball, but actually, Unica tapped it twice, and the ball began to rotate, and then a ball of water was drawn from the harbor to surround it, turning it into a suspended water ball. It's for Gladys to move on land. With it, Gladys's fishtail doesn't become legs, but she can move freely on land. Just sit in the water ball and control the direction and speed. Am I considerate? And this thing is cheap and the materials are common. If Gladys wants to bring her friends to play, you and I can make several together. Wright suddenly reached into the water ball without saying a word and pressed the crystal ball. Then, he exerted force suddenly and crushed the crystal ball. What are you doing? I spent so much effort to make it. Do you have a design draft for this thing? Unica pouted. Yes. Luckily I took the design draft and experimental data. Here, it's right here. With them, it's not difficult to make another one. Why did you burn it for me? After a moment of distraction, Wright snapped his fingers, and the pale holy flame instantly burned all the information. You, what are you doing? I was going to ask you what you did. Wright grabbed his hair. Good man, use your water-rich brain to think about it. If this thing falls into the hands of the sea people and is developed on a large scale, what will be the consequences? Unica's face was full of doubts, and then she trembled all over, her legs became weak, and she almost collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, Light helped her up. Have you figured it out? Yes, it will trigger a war between humans and the sea creatures. Moreover, humans are still the disadvantaged party. Light sighed. Congratulations, you answered correctly, Miss Unica, who almost triggered a Sea of People war. Unica let out a long sigh. Fortunately, you are here, otherwise I would have caused a big disaster. But this thing is really well made, and it is very thoughtful. You haven't been learning alchemy for a long time, and you can complete such an excellent creation. It's really amazing. Maybe your talent as a witch lies in alchemy. Unica was excited after hearing Light's praise. Yeah, I think so too. Just today, Emily customized an all-chemical creation for me. All-chemical creation, what is that? This is it. Unica quickly took out another roll of design draft, on which were several balls drawn. Look, this is what I made for Emily. A small combat magic auxiliary floating ball. You really have a special liking for balls. Oh, don't worry about these details. Unica pointed to the ball and said, each of these balls is inlaid with a detachable magic crystal. When Emily enters the combat state, they will become the medium for Emily to release magic. You also know that Emily is a full-line magician. But when she releases magic, she can only release one or two different elements of magic in a short period of time. At most, there are only 4 kinds. This is what she told me herself. She said that, if she wants to enhance her combat effectiveness, it is best to have a lot of magic wands. Each magic wand corresponds to an element, and is engraved with the magic circuit commonly used in this type of magic. In this way, she can release magic of different attributes at the same time without confusion. One person is equivalent to multiple magicians. But she only has 2 hands, and can't hold so many magic wands at the same time. So, Wright's face has become very ugly, but Unica obviously didn't notice the change in Wright's face, and was still excitedly describing her masterpiece. So, I invented this kind of self-suspended drone that can follow the host, and choose the casting angle by itself. Auxiliary combat drone. What is a drone? It's a small combat magic auxiliary suspension ball. Unica patted her design drawings. Look, they are very powerful. And I have optimized the commonly used magic circuits inside them. A total of 5 magic circuit cards can be inserted into the entire body. Greatly improved their combat flexibility. Emily can completely choose 3 commonly used magic circuits to cast common elemental magic. At the same time, 2 special magic circuits can be inserted to cast specified elemental magic. This is just a suspension ball. Moreover, each suspension ball does not require much mental power at all. Emily can easily control more than 10 of them. Just think about it. When Emily fights, how can you burn more than a dozen suspension balls for me? The sacred flame burned Unica's drawings clean in an instant, and the little girl held her mouth, looking like she was about to cry. Woo 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 woo, what are you doing? That's what I wanted to ask. What are you doing? Do you have a deep hatred for humans? Do you have to exterminate this race? You are not the sea destroying witch at all. You are the human destroying witch. Have you ever thought about what would happen if the thing you designed was accidentally obtained by an elf? Every elf is a full system magician. They have already withdrawn from the stage of history due to a sharp decline in population due to fertility issues. My goodness, once you take out this little invention, one person becomes more than 10. The combat effectiveness rises like a rocket. What's the matter? Do you really want to find an elf sister to be your master? Unica realized it later, and finally wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. Fuck, it's careless. Oh, this is really unexpected. I just wanted to improve Emily's combat effectiveness. I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect it. Wright looked at Unica's regretful and self-blaming look, and suddenly narrowed his eyes. What should I do? I suddenly feel that you are the most dangerous one among all the witches. I have the urge to kill you. Unica was so scared that she waved her hands repeatedly. Can't I stop making random inventions in the future? I'm just a novice in alchemy. It's normal to do something out of the ordinary when making things. Out of the ordinary? You are simply a humanoid living treasure to humans. Wright rubbed his swollen temples. He originally thought that Unica, the Witch of the Sea, was quite worry-free. Although he didn't know what abilities she had, it generally wouldn't cause any problems. Good guy. It feels like this girl has found a way to open her own magic. And those weird design drawings. Although Wright burned quickly, he still took a general look. I can only say that the design concept is relatively wild and unconstrained, but the design details are very detailed. It feels like it was made by 2 people. And for a newcomer like Unica who has just come into contact with alchemy, it shouldn't be possible to design such a crazy thing. Even if it was me, I could only make some small gadgets like hair dryers and razors, and at most the appearance was a little exaggerated. But her creations were mainly bold in appearance and hardcore in core. This level should not be possible. Unica. I don't have any more. Please, don't burn my design drafts anymore. Just spare me. Wright was a little speechless. I just want to ask about the details of your design of these things. Oh, it's really amazing to talk about it. Unica gestured with her hands and feet. I just had a bold idea. Then in order to realize this idea, I had a general. I felt that it was almost feasible. Design ideas and design directions. Then I thought hard, and thinking about it, the design draft was completed. I feel it's almost feasible. Wright's expression at this time was as wonderful as it could be, and this description made him feel deeply powerless. Probably, it was the power of the witch that filled the missing part when you designed the alchemical creation. Your special ability is really terrible. Wright once again confirmed that there was no reason to explain the power of the witch. Why Jonah's witch power can make the holy light ineffective is still unknown. It makes no sense that the catastrophe level dark race can't even hold out for a breath in front of Scarlet. The top level dream control method that Alice showed in the dream, which does not rely on reality at all, is even more incredible. Emily's beast-like sixth sense is so weird that she can find details that neither she nor Lilith can find. Moreover, with her unstable IQ, she can completely control all magic, complete the sixth realm that only exists in theory in the dream, and successfully ascend to the sainthood in reality. No matter how you think about it, it's not right. Now this Unica can design anything she wants to make. It's like she only picked a title for a novel and then figured out an outline that is almost feasible. Close your eyes, open them, and it's 3 or 4 million words. This is too unreasonable. Wright shook his head. Forget it, forget it. A philosopher was right. People who seek reality in the virtual world must have something wrong with their brains. Why should I argue with fairy tales? But you. Wright stretched out his hand and pressed Unica's head. From now on, when you invent something, you must first write a project plan. Submit it to me for approval. If I don't approve it, you can't even write a punctuation mark. Do you understand? I know. Unica was frightened again after what happened just now, but she suddenly clapped her hands. I have no problem, but don't forget that I only have half of the witch's power. Then, what about Gladys? Her sea alchemy is much more powerful than mine. Wright looked at the vast ocean and smacked his lips. It's not good to ask for it back on the same day after just sending it back to someone. Chapter 207. Cocoon in the thick fog. Asking for monthly ticket. After thinking it over again and again, Wright still felt that it was too much to ask the Sea Tribe for people just after sending Gladys back. Even with the title of a holy sin, he still couldn't do such a shameless thing. So after a minute of careful consideration, he decided to ask for the people back early tomorrow morning. As the sky gradually darkened, the people in the harbor city had packed up and went home early. Although the fog incident was over, everyone's fear of the night had not been eliminated. This emotion is like a scar in the heart, and it will probably take a long time to heal. For this situation, Wright did not interfere too much. Let it go, and let time smooth everything out is a good choice. After dealing with some necessary things of the flesh and blood cult, he also chose to return to his grocery store. The Little Mermaid had left, and a huge iron plate was placed on the pool in the warehouse. The things in the warehouse were spread out again, and it returned to the appearance of a workshop. However, the owner was changed from Wright to Unica. She got a lot of alchemy books and regular alchemy tools from the former City Lord's alchemy workshop. In addition to the strange things that Wright used, the warehouse of the reliable grocery store has become the best and only alchemy workshop in the whole harbor city. Wright was happy with this. After all, the purpose of his learning forging and alchemy was to strengthen his holy shield, the goddess's embrace. Before finding the right materials, that place was where he exerted his excess energy and imagination. Now that Unica has shown her alchemy talent and solved the problem of the supply of reliable grocery stores, why not? Wright lay happily on his bed. He hadn't been so leisurely for a long time. He didn't plan to go to the dreamland. As one of the culprits, he was ready to wait for this plundering storm to blow for a while before going to the cracks of the dream to gloat. With the night falling, Wright fell asleep for the first time in a long time, allowing his brain, which had been working all the time, to get a moment of rest. However, just as he fell into a deep sleep, the sapphire he had kept close to his body suddenly burst into thick fog, wrapping him up. Bang! Lilith kicked open Wright's door again. When she saw the thick fog that enveloped Wright, her face suddenly changed. She didn't care that the concepts had not yet been fully integrated, and she set up the power of blasphemy and lust, and suddenly crashed into the fog. However, these two conceptual level impacts disappeared silently like a drop in the ocean. Later, Emily, Unica and Alice also rushed over. When they saw the thick fog, they were also shocked. How could this happen? Lilith, what happened to Wright? Brother, are you there? Lilith, the demon of lust and blasphemy, frowned. I don't know either. Just now, I suddenly felt that Wright's breath disappeared out of thin air. I rushed over to check. At that time, Wright's figure was still visible. But now, you can't see it clearly in the thick fog. Emily said worriedly, is it the same as last time? Someone attacked him from the dream? Impossible. If it is attacked from the dream, it will only cause damage to the consciousness. At most, it will harm the soul, but it will never affect the body. Not to mention, this kind of evil method acts on the target. Alice widened her eyes. Sister Lilith, I'm here. Go to the dream crack and call the devil of lies. This thick fog must be related to that small fishing village. Yeah, I'll go now. Alice turned and ran back to her room, threw herself on the bed and fell asleep. After a while, she brought Pinocchio back to Light's room. The fog was no longer increasing, but it showed no sign of dissipating. When the devil of lies saw the fog, his jaw dropped. Its wooden body was not that strong, and its jaw really fell to the ground with a snap. Alice was more obedient, and helped him press it back. Asmodeus, you'd better tell me the truth. What conspiracy you used? Let Light out for me. Otherwise. Lilith's eyes rarely turned blood red, and the bat wings behind her were angry, as if she was going to eat someone. Don't blame me for being rude. Do you think I did this? You think too highly of me. Pinocchio was not scared at all. Even if I came out in my real body, I might not be able to do this. Lilith, you are too concerned. Take a good look at this fog. What does it look like? Lilith looked back at the fog floating on the bed, and finally murmured with mixed emotions. Like a cocoon? Impossible. Wright can't suddenly advance to the unspeakable. Lilith is also a strong person at the conceptual level, and her antiquity is almost the same as that of the devil of lies. She is also very familiar with the saying that the unspeakable is a state of a chrysalis. That is indeed impossible. But this is the first time I have seen such a situation. Seeing that Pinocchio's nose did not grow longer, everyone knew that he was indeed not lying. Is there anything strange about him during the day? The girls looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. The devil of lies was helpless. He stood in front of the bed and looked at the mist. Suddenly, his body shook. A phantom emerged, and the image was exactly the same as his original appearance, but it was a pure energy form. I can't see this mist clearly. The power of lies suddenly opened up, but it exploded, directly blowing up the shoulders and arms of the devil of lies spirit body, and even his side face was severely damaged. Pinocchio wailed, and the spirit body returned to the wooden body. Bang, snap, crack. The puppet's arm was also blown to pieces, and a very exaggerated crack appeared on his side face. No, with my distraction ability, I can't see clearly. No, even if I get out of trouble, I can't see clearly. The source of this fog is at least indescribable. Emily was also very anxious. But, didn't you often use fog when you were in the fishing village? Why is it that now it's useless? I did use the power of fog, but I always used it to fight against the power, and never controlled it. The thick fog is the protective color set by the sea as a prison for sinners. Lilith forcibly urged the power of the concept of blasphemy to pollute the thick fog in front of her, but was stopped by the demon of lies. You'd better not act rashly. Wright is still in the fog. If you anger this fog, you may not be hurt, but Wright may not be. Lilith gritted her teeth and finally retracted her arm. The lie demon clapped his hands and said, contact the holy light goddess and see if you can find out anything from the perspective of the world's true god. Lilith was not used to seeing the lie demon taking risks and giving advice. Have you changed your personality? Don't tell me that you want to be an excellent employee now, expecting him to give you a year-end bonus and then get promoted and get a raise. Lai looked at Lilith speechlessly. Lilith, you really spend too much time with this man. I really don't understand the words you say. But there is one thing, I'm so weak now, and my body is sealed. If this world is destroyed by the dragon of the end, even if I don't collapse, I will at least sleep for endless years to replenish my energy. So, as the only hope, Wright must not be in trouble. I'm not ready to be buried with this world. Lilith took a deep breath and stabilized her emotions. Everyone, don't panic. Wright is very strong. No change can defeat him. Emily, use the light attribute spell to contact Jonah and ask her to check. Emily hurriedly walked to the side and directly entered the overclocking state. The light element filled her whole body. In this situation, she directly used prayer. Although Emily is not a serious clergyman, she is a believer of holy light. Not to mention, she is familiar with the two above. Soon, Emily got in touch with Jonah in the divine world. Sister Jonah, it's bad. Something big has happened. Emily hurriedly explained the situation here, and then the next second, a beam of light fell from the sky and landed in the courtyard of the grocery store. The divine Jonah and Lilith hurriedly entered the room and hovered in front of Wright's bed. She looked at the layers of thick fog and didn't know what to do for a moment. Jonah, do you have any clues? Yes, but not much. Jonah looked at Lilith. Afra and I explored with the identity of the world owner, but we only got one word. What? Unknown. Emily was stunned. Sister Jonah, did you explore or not? Lilith waved her hand. Yes, it's a concept called unknown, right? Jonah nodded, then shook her head. It's unknown, but not at the conceptual level. I can't be sure. Lilith, has he done anything abnormal recently? Or, has he come into contact with any abnormal people or objects? Everyone looked at the puppet, and Pinocchio waved his hands repeatedly. This boss lady, the boss's current situation has nothing to do with me. I can't do anything in my current state. Jonah stretched out her hand to gather the power of the law and touched forward, but this power was still like a drop in the ocean, without any response. She frowned and wanted to try again, but Lilith grabbed her wrist. It's useless. I've tried it. Lilith gritted her teeth and said, at this point, I have no choice but to use this last resort. Emily, go and feel it. Emily was stunned for a moment. Ah, me. Now, we can only rely on your intuition. Chapter 208 Beast Detective Emily. Emily was a little nervous when she saw everyone looking at her. Jonah put her hand on her head and said gently, don't be afraid, we are all here. Yes. Emily took a deep breath, stretched out her hand and gently probed into the thick fog. Jonah wanted to bless it with holy light protection, but was stopped by Lilith. Since she placed her hope on her intuition, she had to reduce external factors as much as possible. When Emily's palm sank into the thick fog, nothing happened, and everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After touching it for a while, Emily directly sank her entire arm into it, and Lilith and Jonah were so scared that they quickly pulled her out. Lilith jumped up and knocked Emily's forehead in anger. You're going to die. Can you not be so reckless? Jonah lifted Emily's arm and checked it repeatedly and treated it with holy light several times. Are you okay? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Emily rubbed her forehead. No, I reached in after I touched the mist and found that there was nothing wrong. I wanted to see if I could touch Wright. Unfortunately, there was nothing. Just as Sister Jonah said, this mist gave me the feeling of the unknown. Everything is unknown. It's a mist. Everything is covered. After my palm was immersed in it, I couldn't feel my palm. But my fingers can feel my fingers. After hearing this, Unica waved her hands repeatedly. No, you can't feel your palm. How can you use your fingers to feel your other fingers? Emily tilted her head. I don't know how to describe it, but it feels like this. I just felt strange, so I put my whole arm in. The devil of lies suddenly spoke. Is it that your cognition of the part of your body in the mist has become unknown? But the parts in the mist can still feel each other. Probably, that's what it means. However, I really didn't feel any malice from this mist. Of course, there is no kindness. It's just a ball of mist. After hearing Emily's words, everyone fell silent. Jonah suddenly raised her leg and went towards the thick fog. Lilith was stunned and didn't react, and Jonah had already disappeared into it. However, a holy light fell from the sky again, and Jonah walked into the room with a strange expression. Lilith looked at her in a daze. What's going on? What did you just do? The divine body I just had lost its sensitivity and dissipated. Of course, your original body is in the divine realm, and your clone has entered the unknown, so it naturally lost contact with the original body. Let me go. Everyone quickly stopped her, and Emily hugged Lilith tightly. You can't leave. If you leave, we will be even less of a backbone. I'm worried about him. Wait, I haven't finished what I want to say. Emily stood in front of the thick fog and said, I think this fog has something to do with that fishing village in the sea. Tell me about it. Isn't the unknown the first feeling that humans have for the sea? The so-called fear, awe, and exploration. These feelings, sensations, and desires are all based on the unknown. Therefore, the pillar of the sea, worshipped by that small fishing village, should be the unknown. Wright successfully solved the problem of the fishing village, and perhaps he had some connection with the sea and the unknown. And tonight, he accidentally reached some triggering conditions, which eventually caused this mysterious phenomenon. After hearing this, Jonah looked at Lilith. This child, is he a genius? Lilith agreed. Her intuition has always been good. At the beginning, it was her intuition that saved your life. So that's how it is. Jonah hugged Emily gently. Thank you so much, Emily. I didn't have time to repay you. No, it's okay. If it's the fog. Alice suddenly looked at the puppet Pinocchio. I remember my brother told me that the fog in the fishing village has the ability to blur the boundary between dreams and reality. That's not the ability of the fog, that's the ability of my lie. The fog is just the support of the lie, because this fog has a special power. The lie demon slapped his forehead. Yes, we can use the same trick again. Once the dream and the real world are blurred, Alice can use her witch power. In the dream, her power is unreasonable. Lilith was still worried, but this fog can't even shake the concept level. At this point, we can only give it a try. Lie immediately stepped forward and aimed his hands at the fog. The strong power of lies invaded it, but it did not disappear like blasphemy, greed and law, but entangled with the thick fog. Lies are like smoke, and thick fog is like fog. The two merged and became a new form similar to smoke. Lilith was very surprised. It seems that unknown and lies have a high affinity. The puppet made a crackling sound. You have to hurry up. I can't hold on for long. After being sealed by light, my ability is limited. Alice didn't care about anything else, just lay down on the ground and fell asleep. With the power of the Witch of Dreams, she followed the beacon given by the Devil of Lies, and rushed into the mist mixed with lies without hesitation. Hula hula. When Alice came to her senses, she found herself standing on an empty grey-black beach, with waves coming and going in front of her. There was nothing around, no shells or crabs on the beach, no fishing villages or cities in the distance, and no seagulls or petrels in the sky. The waves of the sea came and went, and time seemed to have lost its meaning. Just when Alice felt that her tiny self was about to melt here, a familiar call suddenly sounded behind her. Alice? Alice turned around suddenly and laughed happily. Brother. Alice, why are you here? Wright looked at the familiar sister in front of him. It's dangerous here. Brother, we are worried about you. Alice quickly told Wright what happened just now, and the latter was thoughtful after listening. So this is what the outside world looks like. I'm sorry to make you worry. I'm fine. I was just pulled into this unknown consciousness space because of a token. I didn't expect such a big commotion outside. Okay, let's go back first. Wright stretched out his hand and pressed on Alice's head. At the same time, the two of them blacked out and returned to their own bodies. Alice rubbed her eyes and woke up. Emily helped her to brush off the dust on her body with heartache. The mist on Wright's body quickly dissipated, and the power of lies returned to Pinocchio's body. Under the concerned gaze of everyone, Wright opened his eyes, turned over and sat up, revealing an awkward smile. I'm sorry to bother you all. Don't worry, I'm fine. It's all this thing that caused the trouble, Wright said, and took out the azure gem. It was a gift from the old man at the entrance of the fishing village. Jonah came forward and blessed him with holy light protection one after another. Seeing this, Wright held her hands. Okay, it's okay, it's okay. Lilith was so angry that she stepped forward and kicked him twice. You have to scare people to death, right? Wright also held her hand. I didn't mean it. Since I got this thing, I have been studying it. It seems to have an indescribable power, but I just don't know how to use it. I don't know what happened today. It suddenly started. I suddenly entered a huge consciousness space, and I couldn't help but explore it. I didn't expect that the outside world would behave so exaggeratedly. Wright stood up and bowed deeply to everyone. I scared everyone. I'm so sorry. The lie demon quickly dodged to the side. I didn't. I'm a shrewd person. How could I be scared? But your gem looks pretty. Although I'm not interested. Can you let me see it? Although I'm not interested. With a whoosh, his nose grew longer. Wright didn't mind and threw the sapphire over. It's unknown, but it's just an empty shell. The lie demon caught it in a hurry, shaking the gem and scolded. Even if you are the boss, this is too much. This is the pass of the indescribable. You can't enter the gate with someone else's pass. Wright grabbed Lilith and Jonah's hands and said with a smile, but the extreme concept in it is still very meaningful for reference. By the way, Pinocchio, you came to this world to find this, right? What? No. Hey? Didn't you say that you are looking for the remains of a concept strongman who was promoted to the indescribable? What I'm looking for is lie. Pinocchio picked up the gem and looked at it again and again. Lie is my advanced form. In other words, it is an expanded version of my concept. Only by finding his remains can I directly use his promotion path. Unknown remains are not only useless to you and Lilith, but also to me. Wright widened his eyes. There is more than one indescribable born in this world? Lie put down the sapphire and nodded seriously. It seems. Yes. Right. Lilith looked at him eagerly. What did you see in the other person's consciousness space? How should I put it? It feels like the house is empty. Wright let go of their hands and then gestured in the air with his hands. That's right. There is a house that has been lived in for a long time. Suddenly one day, the original owner moved away, taking away all the useful things in it. The rest were scattered all over the floor, or left in the original place. But even so, you can still infer some things from the traces of use of this house, the layout of the rooms, and some other clues. For example, some habits, preferences, taboos, etc. of the original owner. You can even find small information left by the original owner in some places. It is valuable, but not valuable. Alice also nodded and agreed. It's really empty there. It's not that there is nothing, but it feels very empty. It's too profound. I can't understand it yet. For the girls, these are too profound. Even Jonah is just a state where the law has not been perfected. Only Lilith seemed to understand after listening. Everyone always says that the transformation from the indescribable cocoon to the unknowable cocoon is a kind of metamorphosis. Is it possible that the transformation from the concept to the indescribable is also a kind of metamorphosis? It's like moving out of an old house. Wright did not comment. I'm not so interested in this. Because during the exploration just now, I felt the existence of another person. Oh, not Alice. The other party should have felt me as well, so he has been deliberately avoiding me. I spent most of my time trying to catch this guy, but unfortunately I failed. Otherwise, I would have woken up a long time ago. Later, Alice came, and I was afraid that the guy would do something bad to Alice, so I took Alice away first. I understand. Emily suddenly shouted, scaring everyone. There may be more than one sapphire. Wright didn't find a way to open the sapphire, but another guy did. He used the sapphire and entered that consciousness space. At the same time, Wright's sapphire resonated and pulled Wright into the consciousness space. Wright was passive. I guess that guy didn't know that Wright also had a gem, so he was shocked. Moreover, he probably had a secret that he couldn't tell anyone. That's why he avoided Wright. Jonah looked at Emily with a little shock. Emily, your intuition is really a little magical. Although it was not the first time that Wright had seen Emily's fluctuating IQ, he couldn't help but look at her. Then who do you think that guy is? How can I know? Even if my intuition is really accurate, it's impossible to predict the future. But, Emily raised a finger. I think that guy must be related to the C clan. Seeing Emily's confident look, Unica couldn't help but ask weakly, is this also part of intuition? No. It's reasoning. It's the reasoning of Inspector Emily, the #1 detective in Harbor City of Cedrus. Emily couldn't help feeling a little proud when she saw everyone's focus on her. Do you remember? Gladys said that there are also songs about the Haygro fishing village among the sea people. There is a small fishing village on the other side of the mountain and the sea. The people in the village are kind and innocent. But now we know that it is a village distorted by lies. What is going on in Haygro fishing village? The sea people with a long history, who have ruled the sea for countless times, cannot be unaware of it. Even if ordinary sea people don't know, the sea royal family doesn't know either. Isn't it a bit strange? I think this part of the information may have been tampered with by someone a long time ago. The purpose of the other party doing this is to prevent the sea people from causing trouble for the small fishing village. I don't know whether the sea people dare to provoke the fishing village cursed by the sea, but they should not dare to provoke the fishing village blessed by the sea. That guy used this method to prevent anyone from getting other sapphires or other similar tokens, so that he can enjoy that consciousness space alone. Chapter 209 Crisis. Sea Monster Attacks. After hearing Emily's words, everyone fell into silence. Lilith took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Although Emily's words cannot be completely believed, there are still some merits. At least, the attitude is positive. Is there anything wrong with my reasoning? Wright waved his hand quickly. The reasoning is good, but you can't reason at all. To be honest, do you have any evidence? Emily spread her hands helplessly. Although I don't have it, I think. But one thing is, that this matter may indeed be related to the Sea Tribe. Wright took the sapphire, and looked at it carefully. Anyway, I will go to the Sea Tribe early tomorrow morning to pick up Gladys. It's just right. I can torture these Sea Tribes by the way, and see if I can find any clues. Lilith stared at the sapphire. I think you should not keep this thing with you, in case it happens again like this time. Wright waved his hand. No, I must keep this thing close to me now. At least in this way, no matter what happens, the situation can still be under my control. If it were someone else who encountered the same thing, the consequences would be disastrous. Although everyone wanted to persuade Wright, they couldn't find any words to refute for a while. Indeed, if anyone else was in this foggy situation today, it would be worse. Even Lilith might not dare to say that she could get out of it unscathed. Not to mention the indigestion now. Don't worry, I've been there once. Although I don't know how to enter actively, I can leave at any time. At least the other party doesn't dare to confront me head on, which means he is not sure he can beat me. So, I'd better carry this thing with me. When Light said this, he suddenly looked at Pinocchio, who was silent on the side. How about, old Pinocchio, can you help me share my worries? Me? I can't. Unknown and Lie have a high compatibility. What if you understand it? Don't. I hope to find Lie. That's my correct way to promotion. What's wrong with wrong evolution? The combat effectiveness of Lost Tyrannosaurus is also very strong. I don't know if this thing is strong, but the name sounds wrong. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Light put the gem away again. It seems that the water in this world is much deeper than I thought. I really chose a good place as a back garden. But since it's a place I like, no one is allowed to continue to get involved. Patriarch, it's bad. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out outside the grocery store. Monsters. A lot of monsters appeared on the beach, rushing towards the harbor city. They are so dense and scary. Wright took a deep breath. What the hell? It's not even 3 seconds yet. Jonah suddenly held Wright's hand. Right, I suddenly feel uncomfortable. What? Someone is challenging me and Afra's position as the Lord of the World. Jonah's shadow had a serious expression. The other party has launched a war of gods. How is it possible? Except for you two, there should be some inferior evil gods in this world. Even if other gods return, they don't have the right to launch a war of gods without a broad base of believers. Emily pulled Wright's sleeve. Yes, Poseidon. Emily's words immediately shocked everyone. Yes, Poseidon. If you have to say, who else can challenge the authority of the Lord of the World of the Holy Light Twin Goddess? If we have to calculate, with the Holy Light Church at its peak, whose followers can rival the human race? It must be Poseidon. But after the last war of the gods, Poseidon should have left this world. Wright looked at Jonah, who shook her head. I have to ask Aphra about this and see what's going on. No, I know. The devil of lies suddenly spoke. After all, I was also an eyewitness to the last war of the gods. And the final decisive battle was on the sea. I was also sealed in the trench by the goddess of holy light in that battle. For a conceptual level strongman, this is really a past that I don't want to mention. Wright's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Hurry up, strongman. Ahem. It's actually very simple. I was the one who provoked the war of the gods. Moreover, everything is developing according to the script I wrote. But later, the dragons of Dragon Island saw through my conspiracy and joined forces with the devil to expose my biggest lie. Because that lie was not targeted at the people like the lie in Harbor City, there was no massive negative emotional feedback after the lie was exposed. I, therefore, entered an absolutely weak period. The strength is probably a bit like Lilith now, or even weaker. In that situation, the Holy Light Goddess first defeated the Sea God and became the Lord of the world. With the energy of ascending to the throne of the Lord God, the formation provided by the devil, and the old monsters of the Dragon Clan, my body was sealed. I remember very clearly that the Sea God had been defeated by the Holy Light Goddess at that time and expelled from this world. It's not wrong. If he hadn't failed, my lie wouldn't have lost the most important link. To be honest, I did underestimate the strength of the Holy Light Goddess at that time. The more chaotic the world is, the more mellow and rich the power of faith the Holy Light Goddess gets. Wright sneered. I have said long ago that people are more afraid of war and chaos, and they look forward to peace and beauty. So this chaos, this unjust war provoked by you, is destined to be the final victory of beauty. Lilith frowned. According to you, the sea god should leave here completely, just like the goddess of life of the elves and the god of forging of iron and fire of the dwarves. If he comes back secretly, it is impossible to hide from the perception of the Lord of the world. Wright waved his hand and said, we'll talk about this later. The most urgent thing is to prevent Harbor City from being attacked. This is the foundation of my flesh and blood church. If it is taken down, where will I, the founder, put my face? Wright rushed out of the room with big strides and summoned his own holy shield, the embrace of the goddess in the courtyard. Jonah, help me. Okay. Jonah's shadow floated over, and Wright reached out and took her into his arms. The embrace of the goddess immediately faded its dark appearance, and the golden and silver lights shone together. Holy combat skill. Ode to light. Wright embraced the goddess and raised the holy shield high. The dazzling light rushed straight into the sky and then turned into countless meteors falling from the sky, completely enveloping Harbor City. The huge defensive formation composed of holy light fighting spirit protected Harbor City, but some fish that slipped through the net still slipped into the city. Wright then shouted loudly, all the clergy of the Flesh and Blood Church, listen up. All the people in front of the Flesh and Blood Church, listen up. Attack freely and wipe out all the enemies who come to attack. Let's start a carnival of blood and flesh. As Wright's voice echoed in the Harbor City, one after another, the fierce beasts with bulging muscles came out of the cage. They roared, howled, and posed in various bodybuilding postures, rushing to the beach where the monsters attacked. This is the territory of the Flesh and Blood Church, and they dared to invade recklessly. You really don't take everyone who exercises muscles every day to improve themselves seriously, right? Good. Then, let's experience the charm of muscles. On the beach, Red Stick Wager rushed to several sea monsters with a brisk step and stretched his latissimus dorsi. Are you the monsters who tried to invade? It's so unfortunate that you met me. Let me tell you, I'm the best fighter in the whole gang. Wag Trust from Pier 3 of Harbor City. Remember this name with your life. Several half-human half-fish monsters seemed to have no IQ, and they roared and rushed towards Wag. Humph. Military killing fist. The first move. Bow step punch. 1, 2. Wag punched out brazenly, and the absolute muscle strength brought an extremely strong impact. The wind from the fist cut through the air, producing a unique explosion. The chest of the defenseless fish monster was smashed on the spot, and the companion behind him was also pierced. However, after the monster died, it turned into a pool of seawater and seeped into the ground. The 8th move. Turn around and cross your arms. 1, 2. Wag took another step and rushed into the enemy group. With another ruthless and accurate move, he killed the remaining monsters. But these monsters, like the previous fishmen, turned into seawater and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The same thing happened in the coastal area of Harbor City. These followers of the flesh and blood cult, one by one, were muscular and transformed by the flesh and blood seeds, and all possessed abnormal physical strength. At first, they were just a group of muscular and powerful porters who were not good at fighting. But since the last time, when Wright taught them flesh and blood aerobics, he also taught them some radio gymnastics and military boxing, as well as some 5-step boxing for health preservation. These guys suddenly became brave and good at fighting. Wright didn't know the specific reason. But one thing is, that they have never found a suitable enemy, since they started practicing. Wright even banned them from having this kind of competition with moves among themselves. Everyone's entertainment activities are at most bodybuilding competitions and arm wrestling competitions. I have learned a lot of killing skills, but there is no place to practice. I can only do bodybuilding and fitness every day to comfort myself. The beast in my heart is dormant again and again. Today, I finally have the opportunity to release it. The followers of the flesh and blood cult were delighted to see the monsters rushing out of the sea. Even though the other party's face was extremely hideous and distorted, in their eyes, it was the best human sandbag in the world. We must fight with our fists. Treat them well. Take this move from me. The times are wailing. Just expansion exercise. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210, Forbidden Hand, Sword in the Night. Wright was suspended in the air, looking at the monsters being killed one by one, his brows furrowed. These monsters rushed out from the sea, and they were all living beings. But for some reason, after being killed, they turned into a pool of seawater and returned to the sea. At this time, Jonah had returned to the God Realm to find out about the challenge to the position of the Lord of the World. Now, Wright could only wait quietly for their feedback. Not long after, Jonah's voice rang in his ears. Wright, I'm talking to you through the oracle now. Can you hear me? If you can, just reply to me with prayer. I heard you. Right, the situation is rather complicated now. Our position as the main god has indeed been challenged by the gods. But we looked around, but couldn't find who the challenger is, or where he is. Although it's not good for a god to say this, we did encounter a supernatural event. Wright took a deep breath. Jonah, don't worry, I'm here. Everything will be fine. Now use the authority of the Lord of the World to check if there are any dead spirits in Harbor City that have been taken away by the underworld. Jonah's oracle was silent for a while, and then sounded again. No, so far, there are no deaths in Harbor City. Wright looked at the monsters on the beach that were being slaughtered crazily by the followers of the flesh and blood cult. Okay, I see. The situation is indeed complicated. You should first maintain the affairs in the God Realm. That is our important commanding heights, and it is best not to have any problems. Let me handle the things here. Yeah, be careful. If anything happens, summon me to come. After Wright disconnected from Jonah, he flew to the battlefield and grabbed one of the monsters in his hand. The flesh and blood cult clergyman who had his monster robbed was stunned at first, and then the 2-meter-tall, burly man looked at Wright pitifully. Master, this is mine. Okay, give it to you. Wright threw the monster to the believer, who blasted it into a blooming splash with a horse stance punch. Awesome. Awesome. Ha 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 ha. Master, this blood eagle is so amazing when it takes off. I think it's more awesome than the military killing fist and the god killing 5-step fist. I feel my blood surging in my body, and my muscles are constantly trembling. Master, is killing the enemy such a pleasant thing? Wright didn't say anything. His detection field was expanded, and he tested all the blood and flesh cult believers around him. The results showed that they were indeed belligerent, advocated violence, and had a strong desire to kill. But all of this should be the negative effects caused by the growing flesh and blood. After all, this thing is a terrible containment, with strong corrosiveness and aggression. Everyone in the blood and flesh cult has been planted with flesh and blood seeds, and will inevitably be affected. It seems that we have to find time to neutralize the violent element of the blood and flesh cult. Otherwise, it will really become a cult. But tonight, let it go. Boys. On the beach, there are model display areas for ADO gymnastics and military boxing everywhere, and from time to time there will be a large collection of bodybuilding postures. The originally crazy and bloody battle has become extremely weird. It was not the kind of weirdness that made people shudder, but the kind of weirdness that made people insane. At this time, Emily was also fighting fiercely in the crowd, and she became more and more excited. She swung the crowbar in her hand vigorously, and the whole person unconsciously entered the supersensory state, then entered the overload and overclocking state in sequence. Her combat power was also constantly breaking through and improving. The combat results of one person were actually stronger than more than 20 flesh and blood clergy. This result was achieved without using the sanctuary. Wright saw that she was like a madman, getting more and more crazy, and couldn't help but frown. How can a noble lady be so wild? He flashed in front of Emily, grabbed her arm, pressed her back, and pressed her to the ground. Ouch. It hurts. It hurts. What are you doing all of a sudden, Wright? Hey, you actually stayed awake. Of course, otherwise what do you think I was doing? Emily pouted and broke free from Wright's restraint. Perhaps because the rhythm of the battle was interrupted, her condition deteriorated rapidly, and soon she couldn't even maintain her super sense. I noticed that you were not in a good condition, so. Oh, so you care about me so much. Emily smiled proudly, which made Wright a little angry. By the way, Wright, I found that there is something wrong with these guys. What's wrong? These guys are all made of seawater. Wright was stunned for a moment. Do you mean sea alchemy? Yes. Unica and I were learning sea alchemy from the little Princess Gladys. Their alchemy is magical, and it is all based on seawater as the basic structural material. Everything must have seawater. Its importance is no less than the cake base in the cake. Although some other substances are added, they are more of the effects of cream and cherries. I also followed Unica to learn about human alchemy, and found that the two are completely different things. Although they are both alchemy, the feeling I give is that the sea alchemy is an extremely huge towering tree, and seawater is the trunk of the tree, and human alchemy is a forest, although all the trees in it cannot be compared with the towering trees. But human alchemy is more popular, more dynamic, and has a lower threshold. At this point, Emily suddenly threw the crowbar in her hand. After the holy sword of physics smashed the two sea monsters, it returned to Emily's hands. Look, it's turned into seawater. This is obviously a puppet warrior made by the alchemy of the sea. So, is this a declaration of war by the sea people against humans? Wright looked at the sea in the distance. At this time, the sea surface was constantly stirring up huge waves, and the entire sea looked as dark as ink. It seemed that a dominant behemoth was waiting for an opportunity to devour everything. Anyone who saw it would feel a little creepy. In terms of attack alone, it's still a little weak. Even so, it's too wishful to think of competing with the goddess of holy light for the position of the lord of the world, isn't it? Wright's few patiences were gradually exhausted. He drew out his sin light and slowly pointed it at the sky. Deep and arrogant sea, have you seen the light pouring down from the sky? But the sin light greatsword vibrated wildly. The poor child who hadn't eaten a full meal for a long time finally had a full meal. Look up. The light is coming. Wright tightly grasped the sin light greatsword and suddenly slashed towards the sea in front of him. In an instant, countless platinum golden light beams emerged from the sky, bombarding the coast of the seaside city crazily. All sea monsters will be blasted to pieces the moment they appear. Strangely, when these lights shine on the bodies of the flesh and blood believers, nothing happens. The roar resounded through the world, and after the enemies on the beach were wiped out, countless rays of light left the harbor city covered by Wright's holy shield, and bombarded towards the mysterious and deep sea. The shrill and holy platinum golden light, and the roaring and surging black sea, outlined a huge and beautiful picture. Still not convinced, Wright clenched the sin light with both hands and slowly closed his eyes. The holy light on his body slowly extinguished, and was replaced by the surging holy glory fighting spirit. That was his own creation, a powerful version of the holy glory fighting spirit. Forbidden Hand White Knight. But When Light's Sunlight Greatsword fell, endless holy glory fighting spirit poured out along the edge of the sword, like a surging torrent, carrying an extremely sharp sword edge, rushing straight into the sea. The forbidden hand in the fighting skills has the same status as the forbidden spell. From the first level to the 5th level, and then to the holy level, the super level corresponds to the 1st to 5th level strongman, as well as the holy level and the legend. But the forbidden spell is different from the forbidden hand. Because of their own special characteristics, they are not allowed to be discussed and compared in this sequence. In other words, it is impossible to classify the forbidden spell and the forbidden hand with conventional measurement and evaluation methods. Some of their power is very small, so small that it is not as good as the 2nd level combat skills or magic. But their power can also be very strong, so strong that the super level magic and even the sky combat skills are daunting. Behind every forbidden spell and forbidden hand that is forbidden to use, there must be a terrible past that is unwilling to be mentioned, and the terrible consequences that are difficult to estimate. The forbidden hand, White Knight, is the last combat skill taught to Light by the legendary paladin Master Constant. That was the famous fighting skill of the 1st generation leader of the Paladin Order. It was not because of any terrible consequences that it was named the Forbidden Hand. It was simply because it was too powerful. It is said that the 1st generation leader of the Paladin once used this move at night with all his strength, making the entire area as bright as day. Because a large amount of rich holy light fighting spirit filled the entire area, the night like day lasted for a whole prayer hour. Therefore, this move is called the White Knight. But this move is also very consuming. After a sword, the legendary strong paladin will probably be exhausted. In a lifetime, it will not be used many times before heart failure. But Wright is not worried, because he has successfully made improvements, and the activity of the holy glory fighting spirit is stronger than the holy light fighting spirit. His forbidden hand, the White Knight, is more powerful and consumes less fighting spirit. But even so, this is a fighting skill he rarely uses. After all, it is the last killer handed over by the teacher, and Wright has been looking for an enemy worthy of it. This treacherous sea deserves this sword. After the torrent of fighting spirit, a deep gully was knocked out of the entire sea. Because of the strong and rich holy fighting spirit left at the sword mark, the separated sea water could not heal at all, and it remained split. Such a wonder made everyone stunned. It's so magnificent. A whole master of the flesh and blood god church widened his eyes. This is the real power. We also want to punch the sea. Only by doing this can we be considered a true flesh and blood soul. I want to train well, with the goal of punching the sea. The other people of the flesh and blood god church deeply agreed. After the sea was opened by this sword, it no longer surged and roared just now, and instantly became obedient. Those monsters also retreated like the tide and merged into the sea again. It seems that the crisis is over. Wright took back the Sunlight Greatsword calmly. There is no time to lose. I will go to the Sea Clan as soon as possible. Emily, call everyone together. Chapter 211. What? The fish is lost again. Subscribe. It's bad. It's bad. That man is coming. In the palace of the Sea Clan, everyone was in chaos, as if the world was ending. The eldest prince of the Sea Clan sat on the throne of the Sea King. His eyes were blank, and he kept muttering, "It's over. It's all over. I shouldn't have agreed to come back. I shouldn't have been the agent of the throne. Now, my life is gone." Seeing his weird look, the nobles and royal family around him who were counting on him to make decisions didn't know what to say. At this moment, the door of the Sea Clan palace was kicked open. Wright was wearing the holy glory fighting spirit, and although he was at the bottom of the sea, he strode in, as if nothing had happened. Behind him were a group of beauties and a puppet. Lilith, as a demon, naturally had no problem. She walked through the sea, as if it were flat ground, and she was in the mood to look at the decoration of the seabed palace. As a young lady, Emily still had the etiquette and cultivation she should have. The most important thing was that as a full system mage, she turned on the water element shield after entering the overclocking mode and perfectly integrated into the ocean. It seems that she is calmer than light. As for Unica and Alice, they are more lovely. Unica used alchemy to create 2 diving suits that allow people to move freely under the sea. They are powerful and have unlimited battery life. but one thing is that they are relatively bloated. However, those sea creatures have no time to appreciate these. They look at Light, who is pressing step by step, and they want to cry without tears. Wait. Please wait a moment. Faced with such a crisis, the eldest prince quickly stood in front of Light and protected everyone behind him. The nobles in the royal family were shocked. They never expected that the eldest prince, who always liked to wander around and didn't care about the internal disputes of the Sea clan, would be willing to stand up and resist this fierce monster at this moment. Who said yesterday that the eldest prince was not suitable to be the king of the sea? Look. Such courage. Such courage. Who else deserves the title of king of the sea more than him? Mr. Light, long time no see. I didn't expect you to come to the Sea Palace in person. What a rare guest. Light frowned. Do we know each other? Of course. 3 years ago, at the last holy ceremony, after you chopped someone off, I helped you clean the floor. Me. That sea creature. The one who is very good at controlling water. Light suddenly realized. Oh, it's you. Yes. I remember you. You cleaned the floor very cleanly. It's really heartwarming that His Highness the Holy Sin can remember me. Since we are acquaintances, can you give me a chance to explain in one sentence? Light looked at the other party. Okay. Go ahead, but only one sentence. The ministers and nobles behind the eldest prince cried excitedly. Is this the eldest prince we looked down upon before? In fact, he is too powerful. In this situation, not only did he rely on his extensive network of contacts and outstanding experience to establish a relationship with the Holy Sin, moreover, he successfully won a space for himself to explain in one sentence. He also won a glimmer of hope for the sea people. The eldest prince, strong, invincible. Under the eager expectation and gaze of the sea people, the eldest prince of the sea people, Gladys's brother, took a deep breath. Then he opened his eyes angrily and shouted loudly. The sea monster's attack on the harbor city has nothing to do with me personally, and I don't know who did it. If His Highness the Saint wants to find out, I will never stop it. But please, don't implicate me. Please. I haven't traveled all over the world yet. There are still so many beautiful scenery that I haven't seen. I'm still young, and I don't want to die because of such a boring thing. Please, let me go, even if it's just to let me go. After hearing the words of the eldest prince, the ministers behind were stunned. You can still do this, right? The dignity of the royal family is gone, right? Just now I thought you were kind, but now why are you so sinister and hateful? The eldest prince, is this the eldest prince of our sea people? The eldest prince. Bah. He. Wright looked at him and suddenly laughed. When did I say I would kill all of you without leaving a single one alive? Although it looks like that, I'm not the kind of guy who kills when I'm unhappy. At least, my thirst for the truth is greater than your lives. Of course, if you can't satisfy my thirst for the truth, then I can only quench my thirst with your lives. Faced with the naked threat of death, the sea creatures present were silent and hesitant, not daring to speak. As if he had expected this situation, Wright waved to Emily. The latter understood and immediately made her chair for Wright with water element. Wright sat carelessly on the water chair, looking at the eldest prince and the core leaders of the sea creatures. Since you are unwilling to confess voluntarily, I will ask a few questions. If you answer well, I can also consider giving you an appropriate reduction in sentence. Okay, the first question. What is the name of the monster that attacked the harbor city yesterday? Start answering. One of the sea creatures reacted very quickly and raised his hand quickly. I know. Well, then, tell me, Your Highness, when an unknown monster attacked the harbor city yesterday, we have been paying close attention to the development of the situation. We can tell you with certainty that the monster that attacked is a supernatural creature called deep sea fishmen. Wright looked at the eldest prince. Mermaids, fishmen. It seems that they are inseparable from you. No, we are the mermaids, and the fishmen are not the same as us. The eldest prince suddenly pointed to a sea tribe of the crab tribe behind him. If you have to say, in fact, fishmen are the same as them. The big crab was immediately anxious. Hey, what did you say? You can eat anything, but you can't say anything. This is really not nonsense. A seeking next to the big crab suddenly began to add leisurely, whether we are the seeking or the seeking, we are actually the same group. The difference is whether we have the blood of the sea god in our bodies. But you are different. You have lived in the sea before we appeared. You and those fishmen are indeed of the same type. But don't worry, this doesn't mean that you are in the same group with them. Wright nodded slightly. Obviously he was quite satisfied with the answer to this question. He looked at the eldest prince and spoke again. Will the deep sea fishmen turn into sea water after being killed? In theory, no. The Sea King who just spoke stood up again to help his prince through the difficulties. Real deep sea fishmen, like the third class members of the Sea Clan, are flesh and blood creatures. Only our mermaid clan will turn into foam after death and float to all parts of the ocean with the ocean current. So, those guys you encountered, they just look similar, and they are not deep sea fishmen at all. Wright looked at the Sea King who replied, it seems that you know a lot, more than your prince. Of course, our family has been accumulating and collecting historical events for generations. There are some things that I will never remember wrong. Looking at the other party's confident expression, Wright did not ask too much, but immediately changed to the third question. You Seekings and Seekings, have you felt the revival of the sea god? Not only the eldest prince, but also other core members of the Sea Clan were all confused. Your Highness, do you suspect that the attack yesterday was done by the sea god? Is there any problem? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The sea god has left this world. Moreover, when he left, he told us clearly. Unlike the poor abandoned elves, we have a certain connection with the sea god. We have been providing him with a lot of faith over the years, and when he comes here next time, he will take the power of faith with him. Mr. Light, Your Highness, if it was really the sea god who appeared last night, we would not be so scared today, right? After listening to Light, he felt that this was indeed the case. Except for these close people, most people in this world still have the impression that they can be on par with gods. For the Sea Clan, if the sea god returns, they really don't have to be afraid of a paladin like themselves. With the support of the gods, they will naturally speak with more confidence. Of course, what they don't know is that the sea god they worship is not in the same league as Wright. But this does prove from the side that the sea god has not returned. However, the Sea King who was responsible for recording history just now raised his hand again. Your Highness, I have an immature little guess. I wonder if you are interested in learning about it? Wright glanced at him and said, if you have something to say, just say it. Yes, Your Highness, I think what happened yesterday may really be related to the sea god. Feeling the gazes of his companions around him, and the unfriendly gazes, the Sea King shuddered all over, but he still spoke without hesitation. I think it is very likely that an ancient sea god has revived. A sea god in the past? Yes, sea god is just a position. There has been more than one sea god in this world. This is recorded in the history of the Sea Clan. Among so many generations of sea gods, there was a sea god who participated in the War of Gods in ancient times. The most important thing is that this sea god was very powerful at that time and wanted to take advantage of the War of Gods to go further. But unfortunately, he failed in the end. Not only did he fail, but his godhood collapsed and his divine fire was extinguished. His soul also collapsed and his self-consciousness merged into the sea. According to legend, this sea god was very unwilling to fall, and he wailed and swore that he must come back and take back everything that belonged to him. Wright raised his eyebrows. This ancient sea god has little to do with you? The historian Seeking family side. It's not big, but he is the god of the Sea Clan after all. We also hope that he can come back, reunite his soul, condense his godhood again, and ignite the divine fire. The eldest prince pondered for a moment. I also heard my father talk about similar things when I was a child, but I didn't expect it to be true. I thought it was just a bedtime horror story. But even if he revived, why would he attack the land? Does he still think that the war is not over? After listening to this, Wright was thoughtful. He contacted Jonah again through prayer. Hey, it's so strange today that you actually contacted me. Wright was shocked. A frap? Wasn't I praying to Jonah just now? What are you doing out here? You're bored. I heard that you have conquered all the demons of lies. You're really amazing. Now, I can rest easy in the future. Rest easy. What do you mean you can rest easy? Wright grabbed his hair in dissatisfaction. Your current position as the Lord of the World has been challenged by someone. But you are telling me here that you can rest easy? Are you kidding me? Call Jonah quickly. I need to confirm something with her. No, no, no. Isn't it okay if I'm wrong? If you have any questions, you can ask me. Don't look at me like this. I'm the goddess of holy light after all. Well, let me ask you, Apphra, does the god realm have any records about the sea gods, preferably the origins and destinations of each one? Ah, how could there be such a thing? Even the Lord of the World can't do some things. Unless he has become the Lord of the World, there will be no record. Wright calmed down. That's right, it's really hard to do. Although he couldn't confirm with the holy light goddess whether it was the immortal sea god who was causing trouble. Could this guy really have won the resurrection match? Wright turned his gaze back to the eldest prince. Since you know what happened, is there any way to prevent this from happening again next time? Your Highness, we are ordinary people of God. Maybe you don't understand it very well, so I will explain it in detail. That is, no one of God's people will think about how to retaliate and punish gods all day long. There is still a big difference between us and you. Wright sighed after hearing this. Okay, I won't make things difficult for you. It seems that this matter really has nothing to do with you. Anyway, you have provided some useful knowledge. Although it is not much, but a mosquito is meat, no matter how small it is. How about this? You hand over the little Princess Gladys to me, and I will not cause trouble for your sea clan again. The eldest prince hesitated after hearing this, and the other high-ranking members of the sea clan changed their faces. One by one, they didn't dare to look into Wright's eyes. What do you mean? Look into my eyes one by one. What's wrong with Gladys? Hearing Wright's question, the girls behind him immediately came up and stared at the opposite side, and the sense of oppression was instantly full. Well, my sister, she's missing. Lost. Lost again. Yes. You just brought her back yesterday. The eldest prince thought of the invoices, gritted his teeth and nodded. Yes, we know it deeply. But this morning, we went to find Gladys, hoping that she would help plead for her. As a result, she was gone. We searched the entire palace, but couldn't find her. Chapter 212 Hardcore Interrogation Method. Subscription request. It was hard to describe Wright's mood at this moment. He looked at the sea creatures in front of him and didn't know what to say for a moment. It was just sent back yesterday, and you lost it. Why are you so impatient? Even if I knew that it was just sent back that day, I couldn't just pick it up again. You are very good. The eldest prince was also crying at this moment. I don't want my little sister to disappear. This sea palace is really... Wright didn't want to listen to his nonsense. Where is Gladys's room? Take me to see it quickly. Oh, okay, your highness. Please come this way. The eldest prince didn't care about the majesty of the Sea King and led the way directly in front. He was different from those pedantic and arrogant fools. He had traveled all over the country over the years and knew how big the world was and how broad the world was. It's better to be obedient at this time, otherwise it's still unknown whether you can hear it in the future. Under the leadership of the eldest prince, Wright and his party passed through corridors and finally came to Gladys's residence. There were so many beautiful and colorful views on the road, but unfortunately Wright and others were in no mood to check them out. They pushed open the gate of Gladys's palace. There were many maids who were responsible for serving the little princess, and guards who were responsible for security. Unexpectedly, one of the older female mermaids frowned. Your highness, why are you here? Nonsense, my sister was lost by you. Can't I come to see her? Humph, your highness. Although you are acting as the Sea King, it does not mean that you can do whatever you want in the palace. The Queen of the Sea is still here. Moreover, it is not clear whether the little princess was lost by us. I will report what happened here to the Queen of the Sea. Your highness, I think it is better for you not to interfere. In addition, how can you bring someone with an unknown origin here? This is really disgraceful. I must report. Before the mermaid finished speaking, Wright waved at Emily, and the latter took action directly. The powerful water magic blasted out, locking the arrogant mermaid in a water ball. You! How dare you commit a crime in the Sea King's palace? Come on. Why don't you take them all down? The mermaid was a mermaid after all, and she was still able to move freely in the water prison, shouting at the guards around her to attack. Wright glared at Emily fiercely. Did a fish eat your head? Why did you use water magic to attack a mermaid? Isn't it all because of you? Your so-called magician only insisted on 100 seconds of training, so now when I see the enemy, I subconsciously want to attack with magic of the same attribute. Looking at the guards rushing over, and the maids fleeing in all directions, Wright sighed, let me do it. Buzz. The powerful holy light exploded, and the surrounding seawater was squeezed out in an instant, forming a huge waterless hemisphere. After losing the protection of the seawater, these marine creatures all fell to the ground. Wright stretched out his hand and grabbed it, and countless rays of light gathered, locking the necks of all the sea creatures present, and lifting them into the air. Seeing the other party's horrified expression, Wright laughed and pointed at them, and said to the eldest prince, look, this is what it looks like to be interrogated. The eldest prince was so frightened that his face turned pale, and he dared not say a word. He was afraid that, if he was not careful, he would become one of them. Wright walked to the extremely arrogant maid leader with his hands behind his back. I ask you, when did the little princess find out that she was missing? You dare to be rude to me. I'm the queen of the sea. I must. Wrong answer. Wright snapped his fingers, and with a snap, the maid leader's head was pierced by light. Her fishtail twitched a few times and finally collapsed. The smell of burnt and fishy permeated the space. Probably, this was the first time these mermaids saw what smoke was. Of course, this was also the first time they knew what the smell of a burnt head was. But is this the end? No, it wasn't. Wright stretched out his hand and a holy light bloomed, directly repairing the maid leader's head and resuscitating her. She looked at Wright blankly, and then let out a shrill and terrified scream. It's so noisy. I haven't asked yet. Wright snapped his fingers, and the light blade slashed, blood gushed out, and the maid leader immediately lost the ability and organs to make sounds, and her life quickly passed away. But when the holy light shone, the wound healed again, and the maid leader was saved for the second time. At this moment, she desperately suppressed her urge to scream, and her psychological defense line had completely collapsed. Not only her, but all the mermaids and sea creatures present, were also scared silly. It turns out that interrogation can be done like this. It turns out that death is not the end of everything. It turns out that this land creature is so scary. Now, I ask, you answer. It doesn't matter if you answer wrong, but you don't know what will happen. It doesn't matter what happens, because I will save you. Then, continue. I ask, you answer. Wright's expression was very indifferent, as if he was dealing with a trivial matter. But the eldest prince behind him was already a little stressed, probably because he remembered what happened 3 years ago. He couldn't help but start singing nursery rhymes to calm the fear in his heart. In fact, there was nothing much to ask. It was nothing more than who saw Gladys for the last time, when and where they saw her. But what did Gladys say and do, and was there anything unusual? The most important point was who would benefit the most from Gladys' disappearance. As for the last question, everyone looked at the eldest prince at the same time. The latter's face was pale, and he forced out a smile awkwardly. Facing Light's inquiring gaze, the eldest prince spread his hands. This is a rumor. My sister and I have the best relationship among many brothers and sisters. They think that I benefit the most because of the throne. Not long ago, my father, the current Sea King, suddenly fell into a coma. In desperation, I had to come back and temporarily take over the position of Sea King. After all, I'm the eldest son. Among many brothers and sisters, my sister Gladys is the most qualified and the most beloved heir by my father. My father once said in front of the ministers and relatives that Gladys has a heart like the sea and is the most suitable for the throne of Sea King. Although he did not explicitly say that he would pass the throne to my sister, in everyone's mind, Gladys has successfully defeated me and become the most popular heir to the throne. In fact, I'm not so interested in the throne. I like to travel. Originally, after my father fell into a coma, I rushed back to see the situation, but inexplicably I was pressed into the position of Sea King and became the acting Sea King. To be honest, I'm still confused until now. When my sister disappeared for the first time, I was still traveling on the continent. Her disappearance really has nothing to do with me. Wright looked at the eldest prince and nodded slightly. At such a close distance, Wright could easily sense the other party's various states with the holy light. Unless this person is better at lying than the lying demon, he should be telling the truth. He was originally planning to let the eldest prince go, but he didn't expect that one of the guards suddenly spoke. Everyone thinks that this matter is inseparable from the eldest prince. It's not that they doubt the eldest prince's character. It's just that other people may do something terrible for your throne. The eldest prince's face changed. Shut up. What are you talking about? The guard stood up. I'm not talking nonsense. The whole Sea Clan palace knows that your mother, the Queen of the Sea, wants you to inherit the throne of the Sea King. After the last time the little princess disappeared, it was she who ordered everyone not to continue the investigation. The eldest prince was furious. You bastard. My mother treats my sister as her own daughter. I have never had such an idea. I have never been interested in the throne of the Sea King. If you dare to slander my mother again, I will challenge you to a death battle. Enough. Wright raised his hand, dissipated the holy light around him, and the seawater returned to the surroundings. All of you, get out. Everyone didn't know what Wright wanted to do, so they had to obediently leave the room. Wright stood alone in the center of Gladys's bedroom and slowly spread his hands. Then, a faint light emanated from his body, covering the entire palace. But it seemed that, because it was the first time to use it underwater, Wright did not get any useful information. He thought again and again, and with a thought, the holy principal ring emerged. After slightly adjusting the properties of the second ring, Wright once again began to filter the entire palace with holy light and water element. After all corners were swept, Wright opened his eyes in surprise. He turned and walked out of the room, looking at the puzzled people, and explained. If my investigation is correct, Gladys walked out of the palace from the main gate by herself. But, the guard captain of the palace was stunned for a moment, but there was no loophole in our patrol, but the soldiers didn't see her. It's not difficult to do this step. It's not something worth being surprised about. Wright looked back at the huge palace, and couldn't think of any useful information for a while. At this moment, a team of guards rushed over and whispered a few words to the eldest prince. After hearing this, the latter's eyes widened. Are you serious? Yes. The Queen of the Sea is waiting for your highness and the guests in the Sea King's bedroom. Wright couldn't help but look over when he heard the voice. What's the matter? Your highness, my mother wants to invite everyone to my father's bedroom. She said. Wright frowned. Just have something to say. My mother said that she knows something that may be able to answer your questions. It's about the Tower of Truth and the Witch. Chapter 213. This all makes sense. Asking for monthly tickets. When he heard the words Tower of Truth and Witch, Light immediately stepped forward and grabbed the eldest prince's shoulder. Hey, are you telling the truth? This, I don't know either. My mother never mentioned this to me. The eldest prince seemed a little scared. He still had a big psychological shadow on Light. But since my mother dared to say such a thing, she must really know something. Since there is no information about my sister's disappearance here, I think we should go to my father's bedroom. Light patted his shoulder. Okay, lead the way. Light and his party left Gladys's bedroom in a mighty manner, and followed the prince and the guards to the bedroom of the Sea King. When everyone arrived in front of the most magnificent and spacious palace in the underwater palace, the guards at the gate seemed to have been notified long ago and hurriedly opened the door. Light and his party entered the bedroom unimpeded, and saw the long-rumored Sea King and Queen Mother. The eldest prince hurriedly stepped forward to pay his respects to his biological mother, and then turned around to introduce her to everyone. Your Highness Light, this is my mother, the Queen of the Sea Clan. The Sea Clan had a fairly good relationship with the Holy Light Church, so Light bowed to the Queen of the Sea, and she stood up to return the greeting. This must be your Highness Light. You are indeed very impressive. Thank you for the compliment, Queen of the Sea. I really don't deserve it. You saved Gladys and sent her back to the sea. You are a great benefactor to our entire Sea Clan. You are too polite, but I didn't expect that Gladys would disappear again so soon after returning to the sea. It seems that the sea is really a magical place. The Queen of the Sea had nothing to say after hearing this, and could only smile awkwardly. Light looked at the large bed made of colorful shells beside the Queen of the Sea. Your Majesty, the Sea King, seems to be unwell. I don't know. Can you let me see it? Really? The eldest prince was immediately excited. If you can cure my father, that would be great. The Queen of the Sea was stunned for a moment, and she looked embarrassed at first, but then she calmed down. Okay, then I'll have to trouble His Majesty the Holy Sin. Light walked to the bedside in 2 or 3 steps, stretched out his hand to press the wrist of the Sea King, and frowned immediately. He thought for a moment, and then put his hand on the other's forehead. HMM. Ha. Light then took his hand back, with a playful expression. Sorry, it seems that I'm arrogant. The body structure of the mermaids is still very different from that of humans. It seems that I can't cure His Majesty the Sea King. The eldest prince was very disappointed after hearing this, and the Queen of the Sea also pretended to be sad. Hey, if he can wake up, it will be great. Light stepped back in front of everyone. Your Majesty the Queen of the Sea, I just heard that you asked us to come here because you have some information to tell us. It is about the Tower of Truth and the witch. You shouldn't be teasing us, right? Such an important matter, how could it be a joke? After the Queen of the Sea said this, she waved her hand and signaled the other rightful people to retreat. Even when the eldest prince wanted to stay, he was driven out by the sharp eyes of the Queen of the Sea. Wright could understand that the fewer people knew about the Tower of Truth, the better. As for the eldest prince, these things were very dangerous for him. It was much better not to know than to know. After everyone left, the Queen of the Sea was still worried, and she reached out to set up restrictions and barriers in the bedroom. After doing all this, she reached out and patted the Sea King on the shoulder. The Sea King, who had been lying on the big bed, slowly opened his eyes, turned over and sat up. Everyone present, except Wright and Lilith, was shocked. Especially Emily, who even prepared for battle at the first time, protecting Unica and Alice behind her. Hello, His Majesty the Sea Emperor. Hello, Your Highness the Holy Sin. It must be hard to pretend to be unconscious, right? Well, it's actually not bad. After all, I just eat and sleep every day. Although the bloodline of the royal family of the sea is not as strong as that of the dragon family, but I have experienced their happiness. It's just that, my dear, you have suffered. As the Sea Emperor spoke, he took the hand of the Sea Queen and looked into her eyes affectionately. Thank you for your hard work, my dear. The Sea Queen, who had been dignified and elegant just now, immediately fell for it and fell limply into the arms of the Sea Emperor. For Your Majesty, I'm willing to do anything. Light couldn't help but widen his eyes and gave a thumbs up. The Sea Emperor, your reputation is well deserved. Young man, do you want to learn? I'll teach you. Lilith immediately took Light's hand, and Light also smiled slightly. Forget it, we are not from the same school. Your Majesty, I think we should talk about your daughter's disappearance. I think you should have a lot to tell me, right? The Sea King sighed. Gladys is not missing, nor was she kidnapped. She left the Sea King's palace on her own. Or, it was another her who successfully awakened her consciousness and took control of her body after returning to the sea. Wright narrowed his eyes slightly. Another her? The Sea King sat up straight, his expression serious and his eyes firm. The ancient ocean god has revived in her soul. Ancient ocean god. The Sea King spread his arms. Your Highness Wright should have heard that the royal family of our sea clan has the blood of the sea god flowing in their bodies. Then the question is, which sea god's blood is it? The sea god is a position. There have been 3 sea gods in this world, and the ancient sea god I'm talking about is the first god. As the Sea King narrated, a story with a sense of epicness slowly unfolded in front of Wright and his people. After the birth of this world, living beings gradually appeared in the world. After a long evolution, these creatures gradually became conscious and began to worship all things in nature. Over time, the first batch of gods were born in this world. That is, local gods. These gods are gathered based on faith. The most powerful ones are the god of the earth, the god of the sky, the god of the ocean, and the god of the sun and the god of the moon. With the protection of the gods, various ethnic groups began to flourish. But the space of the world is limited, and every god wants to expand his influence and have more believers and authority. As time goes by, the advantages of the god of the ocean begin to emerge. She doesn't need to compete with other gods for the creatures on the earth. Just the individual lives in the sea. He is already invincible. Gradually, she became the most powerful god in the world and the first to complete the accumulation of being a god of law. But as expected, something unexpected happened. When she was promoted to the god of rules, she was besieged by other gods and eventually died. But she finally kept a hand and completely integrated her body into the sea. I hope that one day, I can be resurrected with the backhand she left behind. Speaking of this, Wright couldn't help but interject. The means of resurrection you mentioned, wouldn't it be the blood of the gods of your Sea Emperor family? The Sea Emperor sighed. Yes, just as you thought, the blood of the Sea Emperor is a powerful force and supreme glory. But at the same time, it is also the shackles of fate. The richer the blood of the Sea Emperor, the more powerful its holder will be. At the same time, the possibility of the ancient sea god reviving in his body is greater. Of course, there are exceptions. That is the second generation of the sea god. He used to be an ordinary sea emperor, but because of a series of reasons, he was involved in disputes. In the end, by chance, he successfully accumulated the power of his bloodline to 100%. And before the ancient ocean god revived, he ascended the throne of the sea god and opened a new era. The third sea god is the son of the second one. Although not as powerful as his father, he is indeed a good sea god who works hard. Your Majesty, I think you are going off track. No, I'm not off track. Please listen to me continue. Poseidon paused and continued to explain. First of all, what I mean by this is that, even if the blood of Poseidon is concentrated to a certain degree, it can suppress the revival of the will of the ancient Poseidon. And the way is to use other divinities. Mr. Light, you should know that in the forbidden area of our Poseidon family, there is a divine artifact containing the divinity of light. Light was stunned for a moment. Are you talking about the gaze eye of Poseidon Brosti? Emily was also shocked when she heard the name. Light. Isn't this the artifact that the goddess asked you to take back? Yes, although it is the eye of Poseidon, this artifact contains the law of holy light that Aphra needs to be promoted. After Light finished explaining, he looked at Poseidon again. Could it be that the method you are talking about is to use other divinities to interfere with the divinity of Poseidon and prevent her from reviving? Poseidon nodded repeatedly. Yes, most of the ancient gods were born from great and treacherous things. Compared with the later gods, their divinity is particularly pure. This is an advantage. After all, pure divinity represents the strength and stability of theocracy. At the same time, they have no way to integrate other theocracy that does not belong to them. Not to mention integration. Even if they appear together, they will be very disgusted. So when the second generation of Poseidon realized that there was a problem in his body, he immediately found the god of holy light at that time and borrowed a trace of her divinity. It is for this reason that the second generation of Poseidon successfully avoided the possibility of the revival of the ancient ocean god, became a god himself, and completely got rid of his fate. The one who fought the war of gods with the goddess of holy light was actually the third generation of Poseidon, that is, the child born by the second generation of Poseidon and other forces. The third generation of Poseidon was kind-hearted. In the war of gods, in order to repay his gratitude, he chose to lose to the goddess of holy light and left this world. Although the goddess of holy light had completed the occupation of the land at that time, she was actually helpless against the ocean. If the third generation of Poseidon fought to the end, who knows who would win or lose now. But it was the temporary evacuation of the sea god that led to the lies of the liar demon to be exposed and finally sealed. Wright looked at the sea emperor. So, what does this have to do with Gladys running away from home? The sea emperor smiled mysteriously. Mr. Wright, the power of the witch is essentially very similar to divinity, isn't it? After hearing this, Wright suddenly realized, so that's it. Everything can be explained now. Chapter 214 The Truth Comes to Light. Wright's words left everyone confused. Emily was the most curious, so she pulled Wright's hand and shook it vigorously. What? How does it make sense? Wright looked at her. Faith is the best choice for gods to quickly gain divine power and consolidate their divinity. I remember what I told you. If you are a god, and your believers are unwavering in your divinity, for example, they all firmly believe that you can spit fire, then your divinity of spitting fire will be constantly strengthened. When your divinity of spitting fire accumulates to a certain level, it will be converted into the power of the law of spitting fire. When the power of the Lord tends to be perfect, it is the promotion rule. So, why does the faith of believers have this power? Because the essence of the power of faith is the fragments of the souls of believers, plus the will to believe in something. The world's understanding of the soul is actually wrong, and even the understanding of the body is wrong. If you can observe microscopically, you will find that the body is actually composed of countless extremely tiny structures. In our hometown, we call it cells. Cells form tissues, tissues form organs, organs form systems, and systems construct the human body. This is the truth of the body. Since the body is composed of countless tiny cells, what about the soul? The answer is that the soul is also composed of countless tiny structures. Unfortunately, I have not done enough research on this part. I only know that the soul is not a whole. It will also metabolize like the ship of Theseus, and the tiny structures that are metabolized, I call them soul fragments. These fragments have energy and can carry simple beliefs. When these soul fragments are endowed with a firm belief in the gods, they will be ignited and become speckled sparks. But when these sparks gather, they will become the divine fire ignited by the gods. And the sparks ignited by these soul fragments are actually the power of faith that the gods like most. Do you remember that both Unica and Gladys have half of the witch power? Emily nodded repeatedly. Ah, yes. We were still wondering why there were two witches. In fact, only Unica is a witch, because the witch plan requires the sacrifice of souls from generation to generation to accumulate energy. At the same time, it is given characteristics by the fairy tales widely circulated among the people. The fusion of energy and characteristics is the power of the witch. Think about it, isn't it very similar to divinity? It's just that the soul fragments, provided by countless believers, have become the accumulation of personal soul energy of generations of witches. So, His Majesty the Sea King just said that the power of witches is very similar to divinity, because in essence, the composition of the two is the same. This is why the power of witches has similar laws, or even rule level power. Speaking of this, Wright paused, gave Emily and others some time to think, and then spoke again. Gladys herself said that her mother did not die after giving birth to her, and she was already hundreds of years old when the Tower of Truth was destroyed. Therefore, she could not be the Witch of the Sea. The witch power in her body should be forcibly plundered by witch tokens such as fairy wands or crystal shoes. The reason for adding witch power to her body is to suppress the consciousness of the ancient ocean god in her body and prevent it from reviving. Am I right? Your Majesty the Sea King. You cooperated with the people of the Tower of Truth, but you violated the contract signed by all the ethnic groups at the beginning. The Sea King nodded. I did it to save my daughter's life, otherwise I would not be willing to cooperate with them. Why don't you look for us? I tried it, but it didn't work. The light divinity in the eyes of the sea god didn't have any effect. In this case, I think the goddess of light will probably be helpless. As for why it didn't work, I still can't figure it out. Wright laughed. Probably the same trick can't work twice on the ancient ocean god. Just like now, Gladys still has the power of a witch in her body, but she still can't stop the awakening of her will. Oh, right. The blood of the Sea King in Gladys' body was also taken out by the people of the Tower of Truth, right? The Sea King nodded, then shook his head. The situation of the sea god's blood is more complicated. My daughter Gladys is extremely talented and has the appearance of a sea god. She was born with a nearly perfect talent. Whether it is sea fighting spirit, sea magic, or the tide calling spell, she can quickly control it. The most important thing is that the blood of the sea god in her body is so rich that it is amazing. Although death battles can accumulate the blood of the Sea King, my daughter has never killed any Sea King family. She is just extremely talented. If we were other tribes, we would probably laugh out loud when we sleep at night. But we are the Sea Clan, and we are the backup left behind at all times to help the ancient ocean god revive. The stronger the talent, the more likely it is that you will become the host of the ancient ocean god. I don't want my daughter to be a victim. So, I prayed to Poseidon, hoping to use the light divinity in Poseidon's eyes to suppress her power. Poseidon readily agreed. Emily whispered quietly, is this Poseidon quite reasonable? Wright sneered, nonsense, because his father has used this method once. In other words, he has successfully offended the ancient ocean god once. If the ancient sea god revives, whether for the divinity of the sea god or to seek revenge on him, he will not let them go. Of course, they are happy to avoid this trouble. Ahem. Poseidon coughed twice. In short, we use the same method as before. But because there is no way to test it, we can only assume that it is successful. In this way, time passed little by little, and in the blink of an eye, Gladys grew up and everything was normal. We all thought that we had succeeded and didn't have to worry about the ancient ocean god. But a few years ago, the child suddenly fell seriously ill and was lying in bed talking nonsense. Her language was obscure and difficult to understand, and it felt like she was a completely different person. I prayed to Poseidon, but at that time Poseidon had completely left this world and could not respond to my call for the time being. Later we speculated that this was most likely a sign of the resurrection of the ancient Poseidon in her body. Just when we were at our wits' end, a group of mysterious people found us. They told us about the witch plan of the Tower of Truth and claimed that they could help us solve this problem. Not only could they use the power of the witch to suppress the will of the ancient Poseidon, but they could also extract the blood of the Poseidon from her body. Wright was shocked. Is it the Truth Workshop? Yes, that's them. Wright pinched his brows. So that's it. After going through so much trouble, it was still the work of these bastards. I have to admit that in terms of making trouble, the Tower of Truth is even qualified to challenge me. Even Lilith was a little confused now. Why is all this manipulated by the Truth Workshop behind the scenes? Wright waved his hand. No, they are the group of people who lit the fuse. But the development of the situation has far exceeded their control. At the very beginning, that is, the time period when Gladys was sick and talking nonsense, it should correspond to the time period when the former lord of the harbor city found the small fishing village and brought the magician of the Truth Workshop into it. The effect of that event was that the oath made by the ancient ocean god and the village guards was broken. I predict that it might not have been an oath at the beginning, but more like a bet. In this bet, the village guards failed in the end, and the ancient ocean god won, causing her to revive in Gladys' body. But because of the suppression of the divine nature of light, her revival failed, and she entered silence again. Then, the remnants of the truth ran to the holy city to make trouble, and at the same time, pried the seal of the demon of lies. Then, the demon of lies discovered the power of the small fishing village that had nowhere to go, and then used it to lay out in the harbor city. At the same time, the people of the Truth Workshop found His Majesty the Seeking, and under the pretext of curing the disease, they actually pulled the Little Mermaid to do research. Of course, they really did things, and they did find a way to deprive Unica of the witch power and bless the Little Mermaid. It's just that Unica didn't awaken, so she didn't feel anything. But then, the Devil of Lies attacked their underground alchemy workshop. In order to further plan, he accidentally released the disaster level containment crocodile and almost caused the death of the Little Mermaid. He tried to let Unica's uncle, the youngest son of the last generation of village guards, commit serial murders to complete the sacrifice and strengthen the power of the fishing village. But this is actually also invisibly charging the ancient sea god in Gladys' body. Later, we defeated the Devil of Lies and completely destroyed the fishing village. Everything seemed to have been perfectly resolved, but at this time, the ancient sea god in Gladys' body had gathered all the other conditions for revival. Only the last step was left. After listening to Light's summary, everyone still seemed to understand. Especially the Seeking. His brows were knitted into a ball. Your Highness Light, your reasoning is very interesting, but you also said that the blood of the sea god in Gladys' body is gone. This is the most important anchor for the sea god to revive. Yes, Light. Unica also said quickly, you prepared such a grand welcoming ceremony. Isn't it because you are afraid that Gladys no longer has the blood of the Poseidon in her body and will be bullied after returning? Wright chuckled. Isn't it easy to get the blood of the Poseidon? Although Gladys has lost the blood of the Poseidon, she is still a member of the Seeking family. As long as she fights to the death, she can accumulate the blood of the Poseidon again. The Queen of the Sea waved her hand. Impossible. Gladys is kind-hearted and never conflicts with anyone. She will not fight to the death. What if there is a group of Seekings who are longing for the return of the ancient ocean god? Wright's question brought the atmosphere of the entire bedroom to a freezing point. From the ugly expressions of the Sea King and the Sea Queen, it can be seen that what Wright said about if is not just if. In fact, this is easy to understand. The third generation of the Sea God surrendered without a fight in the last war of the gods. For him, this is a way to repay the goddess of holy light. But for the Sea people, that is, the ministers are about to fight to the death. Why did your majesty surrender first? Until now, the Sea people are still unwilling to recognize the status of the overlord of the human world, and they are even more unwilling to accept that the goddess of holy light is the main god of the world. Under such extreme emotions, it is not surprising that a group of traitors who hate the third generation of the Sea God and miss the ancient Sea God have grown. It must be said that in the war of the gods of the ancient Sea God, he single-handedly fought against the siege of all other gods. Honor in defeat. Seeing that the Sea King and the Sea Queen did not refute, Wright continued his sorting out of the development of events. From the very beginning, the previous Lord of Harbor City got in touch with some high-ranking people of the Sea Clan before he could gain a foothold. I think his backers in the Sea Clan are the fanatical believers of the ancient Sea God. It was these guys who, after controlling the former city lord, threatened him to take the people from the Truth Workshop to the small fishing village. This led to a series of events later. Now, everything is ready, and the ancient Sea God is about to return, and all that's missing is some Sea God blood. I think they won't be stingy with their lives at this time. When the last piece of the puzzle was put together, Gladys became the ancient Sea God. And now, I don't know what method this ancient Sea God used to effectively solve the problem that natural gods cannot be compatible with divinity. She is now using the witch's power quite smoothly. Those monsters that attacked the harbor city should be the product of the Sea Clan's alchemy. At this point, Wright suddenly took out the sapphire given to him by Unica's grandfather, the last village guard of the fishing village. No, I want to correct it. In the past of this world, there may be more than 3 sea gods. Before the ancient Sea God, there may have been a stronger, older, and more mysterious sea that had been promoted to an indescribable level. The village guards of Hagro village did not believe in the ancient Sea God, but this more terrifying sea. The ancient Sea God was the only one in the world back then, but he failed to be promoted, so he could still revive now, and with the foundation of the natural god, he integrated other divinities. These are not what a law god can do. Maybe at that time, she had already obtained part of the sea's treasure. As for the bet in the fishing village, it might be her strategy to obtain this sapphire. But she didn't expect that a mere mortal would persist for so long from generation to generation. She was outlasted first. But it was this bet that gave her a chance to turn the tables now. Lilith was at a different level after all, and she quickly understood what Wright wanted to express. So that's it. The fog when the sea monster attacked should also be the other party's trick. Now that she knows that the thing she has been dreaming of has fallen into your hands, she will probably make trouble for you even more crazy. Light sneered. She caused me so much trouble, I'm not going to let her go. Your Majesty the Sea King, you don't have to worry about Gladys's safety. I will naturally rescue her safely. After all, I promised her that I would always protect her. As for that ancient ocean god, I'm sorry, there may not be even a dregs left. The Sea King shuddered. He felt the boundless murderous intent from Light's calm tone. Suddenly he was a little fortunate that it was not himself who would offend this man. That's the best. Then I'll trouble you, Your Highness the Saint. Lilith asked quietly. Hey, what are you going to do next? Raise troops for 1,000 days and use them for a moment. Light rubbed his hands and laughed. The witch power in Gladys is the biggest flaw of the ocean god. Fairy Tale Town has been built for so long, it's time to give it some effect. Chapter 215 Heading towards Dreamland. Although you are from the Sea Tribe, and although you believe in the God of the Sea, I don't know what kind of contract Afra signed with your God of the Sea, but you broke your original oath, and cooperated with the Tower of Truth. Wright raised his hand, and a holy light surged, turning into a chain, that drilled into the body of the Sea King, and entangled his heart. The Sea King immediately covered his heart in pain. The Queen of the Sea widened her eyes, and gathered water in her hands, to launch the sea fighting spirit. No, don't. The Sea King stretched out his hand, and pressed the wrist of the Queen of the Sea. This is what I deserve. From the day I compromised with the Tower of Truth, I knew there would be such a day. I will bear the infamy and suffer the pain. But I will never let you suffer the slightest harm. This is the promise I made to the sea when I fell in love with you. Your Majesty." The Queen of the Sea burst into tears and fell into the arms of the Sea King. Wright looked at this couple and was speechless for a while. Once again, "You are worthy of being the Sea King." Wright stretched out his hand and removed the chains on the Sea King's heart. "Forget it. You are the king of the Sea Clan after all, and you can run away. You just wait here obediently. After I solve the matter of this ancient ocean god, I will come back to find you. At that time, you confess all the crimes you have committed one by one, and we will determine what price you have to pay. The game of pretending to be sick is over here. The Sea Clan still needs you to govern. In particular, the sea may be very chaotic next. The big ship of the Sea Clan needs a reliable captain." The Sea King rubbed his heart and laughed. "Your Highness, the Holy Sin is really strong." A sharp light flashed in Wright's eyes, "because I now feel that Afra is still too friendly to this world. Since gentle governance cannot make the world better, we have to change a set of methods. Starting with the Sea Clan, I will promote the belief in Pan-Holy Light. In other words, from now on, what Sea Clan, elves, dwarves, all of them should convert to the Holy Light." The Sea King's eyes widened. Your Highness, the Holy Sin, I think you are a little too extreme." "No, this is just the beginning. Don't worry, I will use a very peaceful way to promote this matter. At least, in the records of later generations, this matter will be very peaceful." Wright waved his hand and left the Sea King's palace with Lilith and others. After nodding to the sea creatures waiting outside the door, he left the Sea King's palace and floated to the surface of the water. After they returned to the ship, Lilith grabbed him. "Are you sure? Do you want all the tribes in this world to convert to the Holy Light religion? Do you think I can't do it?" This should not be a question of whether it can be done or not, but a question of how much it costs. Great unification is a necessity for stability. Wright stood on the deck and waved to the sailors on the ship. The sailboat immediately set sail and headed towards the direction of the harbor city. In the past, this world was indeed the pasture of the gods, where everyone grazed. But now, this is the back garden of the Holy Light Church. Since this has become a private world, we must clean it up. Otherwise, this god will leave some believers, and that god will leave some artifacts, making the whole world restless. I don't want to work hard for most of my life, just to help others clean up the mess. Originally, this world is big enough, and there is no problem for everyone to live in peace. But since some people don't know how to appreciate it, they must know whose bowl they are serving, and whose meal they are eating." Wright suddenly punched the guardrail of the deck, and the whole hull made a whine, and the hull tilted in the sea, as if it had encountered a huge wave. Seeing him like this, Lilith stopped trying to persuade him. "Well, since this is your decision, then I support you." Wright looked at Lilith and smiled. "Actually, I'm very happy. Every time when it comes to such a big thing, you always help me and not me. I'm a succubus. Of course I will please you." Wright put his arm around Lilith and looked at the undulating sea water. "Succubus, really good." The ship swayed, and under the push of Emily's water magic, it quickly returned to the harbor city. After jumping onto the dock, Wright looked at the sea as usual, and was very surprised. "I thought that the sea god would take advantage of our opportunity to sail on the sea to attack us. I even prepared a way to counter the opponent. In fact, I even thought about how to counter the opponent. After countering the opponent, it seems that there is no place for it. Woo, I'm so tired." Emily shook her arms and came over with her crowbar. "This is really too much. Just because I'm an all-round magician, I have to do this hard work. Right, you really treat me as a tool. I'm a human, not a sailing tool. What else? What do you want to be treated as? Tableau, kitchen utensils, or bedding?" At this moment, Alice came up. "Brother, Sister Lilith, it's getting late. I think we should go to Fairy Tale Town as soon as possible. Take back the witch's power as soon as possible and find Gladys." Wright pointed at Alice. "Look how sensible Alice is. How positive she is. Emily, you have to learn to reflect. Don't always think about what you should ask for from the company. Think more about what you should contribute to the company." "Lilith, Alice, let's go." Wright didn't give Emily any time to refute. He just waved and pulled one back to the grocery store. Looking at Wright's departing back, Emily gritted her teeth and said, "Damn it. I can't talk him out of it, and I can't beat him in a fight. I'm so angry." Unica patted her shoulder and said, "Forget it. I'm free now. Why don't you come with me to the warehouse to see the magic auxiliary system I tailored for you?" Emily was stunned for a moment. Wow. Magic combat auxiliary system? Didn't you say before that Wright destroyed the drawings because they were too dangerous? Unica smiled mysteriously and said, "Just kidding. All my drawings are in my mind. It's just that Wright is right. The things I designed are too dangerous. So, I revised the design concept. This time, there is no need to worry about the elves copying the design and causing a disaster. Because its internal drive is the flesh and blood of the flesh and blood cult." Emily was stunned for a moment. What? How can you have flesh and blood? Wright should not have given you flesh buds. That machine. Which one? That's the alchemy machine that made sea coins crazily. It is said to be an all-chemical creation, but it is actually a metal box for a large piece of growing flesh and blood. It is not an all-chemical creation, but the growing flesh and blood itself is also a powerful all-chemical creation. Wright threw the machine into the all-chemical workshop near the city lord's mansion, and it has not been properly handled after use. I can only say that I accidentally got some scraps from the machine. As long as you have their help, you can perfectly adapt to your battle. But because the core is the growing flesh and blood, which violates the bottom line of nature, the elves will probably not accept this kind of thing even if they perish. Emily kept rubbing her hands after hearing this. What you said makes me itch in my heart. What on earth is it? Take me to see it quickly. The two girls left the dock and returned to the grocery store. When they got home, Wright had already fallen asleep with Lilith and Alice. At this time, the Lie Devil was standing at the entrance of the fairy tale town, anxiously waiting for something. After seeing Wright and the other two appear, they immediately cheered and came over. "Great, you're finally here. What's wrong? Why are you so flustered? You're a conceptual demon after all. Be calm." The lying demon was so angry that his nose was about to be crooked after hearing what Wright said. "Nonsense. Not long after you left, the dragons came to our door." "What? That's impossible." Lilith obviously didn't believe it. "Are you sure? We didn't leave any clues. How did they find us?" Pinocchio sighed. "As we all know, the dragons are a group that likes wealth. Whether it is the real Genmac or the soul coins in the dream world, they like it very much. And these big lizards, in order to prevent their wealth from being plundered and stolen, some of them do more extreme things. For example, they prepare ancient tracking magic on their wealth. Among the spoils you got a few days ago, there are several pieces of this kind of situation. The dragons can naturally follow the clues and check us here, although I have used the power of lies to deceive them temporarily. But this won't last long. What do you say? What should we do now?" Wright reached out and touched Pinocchio's forehead. "Strange. Isn't he having a fever? Why are you always talking nonsense?" The lying demon angrily pulled his hand away. "Right, this fairytale town contains the hard work of me and my disciple Alice. I can't let anyone destroy it." Wright waited for a long time and found that his nose did not grow longer, and he was surprised. "I didn't expect that you didn't lie. It seems that you really like this place. Don't worry, we don't need to hide our identities anymore. Next, if the dragons dare to come here to cause trouble, I will have to let them know what is called I'm invincible in the dream." Lilith took Wright's arm and said, "Alice, you go to the fairytale town to prepare. I will guard the gate of the fairytale town to ensure that Alice will not be affected." Wright looked at Lilith in surprise. "Why, your digestion progress has improved again. It has already advanced to Malice, right?" Lilith smiled slightly. "Not yet, but it is still no problem to deal with some blind lizards. Listen, they are here as expected." Chapter 216 Kneeling to the Sun. Subscription request. The roar of the dragon is very recognizable, and the soul-stirring sound echoes in the dream. Everyone looked in the direction of Lilith's finger and saw a dark mass of dragons coming with endless anger. Their purpose is very clear, that is, revenge, and then take back what belongs to them. During this period, the dragons can be said to be shouted by everyone in the dream, and they have become rats crossing the street. Because of the story of the three thieves, they dare not help their own people, nor dare to ask their own people to help. Each dragon is an isolated island, isolated and helpless. During this period, they have concentrated on paying off a large amount of debts owed before. The rest will probably need to be paid slowly. There is no way. Who made the dragons do a lot of bad things over the years? If you mess around, you will have to pay it back. But what I didn't expect was that these dragons not only did not reflect on their mistakes, but also attributed the fault to Wright and the other two. It's really stubborn. Wright stretched out an arm and protected everyone behind him. Just do as Lilith said. Alice, take Pinocchio to the fairy tale town and do what we planned in advance. Lilith, I'll leave the defense of the fairy tale town to you. Lilith nodded obediently. Don't worry, there won't be any mistakes in the fairy tale town. Leave the defense to me. As for you, just have fun. Is this the reward for the succubus? It's really tempting. Wright was shocked, and his whole body began to expand continuously, and finally transformed into the appearance of the Holy Dragon of Light. And Lilith also transformed and appeared in the form of the Hell Demon Dragon. Seeing these two familiar figures, the giant dragons who were deceived in the early stage suddenly became excited. Dragon God, it's these two damn ones. Although Emily was also one of the participants, she was an elf dragon, naturally small in size, and she did the most shameful part. So from the beginning, no dragon had seen her. Although they knew that this was a gang crime, there were at least 3 dragons. But they only knew these two in front of them. The leading eternal dragon was very arrogant. In his eyes, this was a great opportunity to attract a large number of shepherd dragons. In his view, the eternal dragons were the root of all dragons. Their power was incomparable to that of the shepherd dragons. Wouldn't it be easy to kill the 2 black sheep who were making trouble everywhere and using conspiracy and trickery to stir up trouble? However, when Wright's dragon body slowly rose, the leading eternal dragon suddenly felt a flash of panic in his heart. What's going on? This feeling was only experienced when he met his uncle, the Eternal Dragon King, last time. This strange giant dragon in front of him could actually make him feel scared? Impossible. This must be an illusion. Yes, this is the Dream Rift, and it is reasonable to have a little unreasonable situation. Awoo. The young dragon rushed forward and opened his mouth to spit at the Holy Dragon of Light in front of him. Facing hundreds of hot dragon breaths, Wright's eyes were full of contempt. It's all a dream, and the means of attack are still really scarce. But it's understandable. The dragon race is born strong and does not need to practice. It doesn't have the desire and yearning for strength that the lower races have. The dragon race, who have never thought about these things, only needs to think about themselves in the dream and think about the appearance of the powerful dragon leaders of all generations. But you dare to come out and pick a fight with me with your level of ambition? You really don't take me seriously. Wright flew into the air and opened the power symbolizing light. Ouch. A slender figure appeared in front of the giant dragon, and a skinny red little demon appeared, stretching out his hand to draw towards the dragon's breath. In an instant, all the energy of the dragon's breath was divided into the other half. The powerful energy passed over Wright's head without causing any damage at all. This strange scene made the dragon army hesitate a little. They all accidentally bumped into each other and fell down like flies. Wright couldn't help laughing at this funny scene. In fact, for an attack like this, using Scrodinger's cat would be more effective. However, that would only ensure that he successfully avoided the attack. The dragon's breath would continue to move forward, and Lilith would have to deal with it in the end, or it would directly bomb Fairytale Town. Therefore, the solution just now was the best solution. But the Dragon Clan was the Dragon Clan after all, and they quickly regrouped and rushed towards Fairytale Town again with murderous intent. Lilith, who was protecting Fairytale Town, couldn't help but sigh, as expected of the Dragon Clan. They are still so stubborn. The next moment, the Holy Dragon of Light, which Wright had transformed into, turned into a residual image and rushed into the army of the Dragon Clan, starting a crazy slaughter. A looming kitten lay on his huge shoulder, making his body between illusion and reality. All attacks would be dodged by him, but all his attacks could hit accurately. In a moment, the entire Dragon Clan's large team was killed and thrown to the ground. The screams of the giant dragons echoed in the dream, and one by one they kept hitting the ground like fallen leaves. Wright was so excited that his body shone with light, like countless lasers, cutting the battlefield wantonly. Those individuals with low soul power and insufficient mental strength were immediately cleared out by this round of crazy shooting, and more than half of the dragons in the melee were gone at once. Looking at the constantly distorted Holy Dragon of Light, these dragons have completely lost their previous confidence. Is he the Holy Dragon of Light? Why does he feel so weird, so twisted, so weird? I don't know. I feel that he is not a dragon at all. That's just his external disguise. He is just a monster, a void monster. As if he has no entity. All our attacks were dodged by him. But every blow of his was so painful. Oh no, it's coming again. Wearing the most sacred skin, he carried out the most crazy killing. Distortion and nothingness were everywhere on his body, and he was simply a complete monster. The dragons couldn't resist one after another, and even began to desert. Don't panic. It's all an illusion. It can't scare us. The leading eternal dragon shouted angrily, come back. Hold on. We can win. Before he finished speaking, Wright vibrated his wings and came in front of him. The Holy Dragon of Light has 2 pairs of wings and has a speed that ordinary dragons can't match. Ha 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 ha. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Wright's voice echoed among the dragons. The holy light around him had no mercy or holiness at all, and it brought destruction and death. His agile posture, sharp claws, and strong body are all representatives of the top dragons. Not to mention, he is in a dream. His crazy mind can be fully utilized. Bang! Wright stepped on the leading eternal dragon with 1 foot, and began to gather powerful dragon breath in his mouth. It was obviously a holy dragon of light, but the dragon breath in Wright's mouth exuded the smell of death. How dare you do this to me? I'm telling you. The Eternal Dragon Clan's large army is coming soon. You dare to be rude to me, you will definitely suffer in a while. Ha. Wright didn't bother to talk nonsense with him, and directly blew out a breath of death, successfully turning the upper body of the giant dragon under his feet into a skeleton. If there were necromancers nearby, they would definitely cheer with joy. What a superior dragon wreckage that made a bone dragon. After losing their backbone, these dragons were immediately defeated and began to flee like crazy. The giant dragons have little combat experience. Even if they do, most of them rely on their powerful bodies and energy to destroy other weak enemies. Because of this, they have no experience in adverse situations. Once they fall into a disadvantage, let alone collective honor, fighting will or combat literacy, one of them is outstanding, and they can't play when they are at a disadvantage. This made Wright's killing process a bit troublesome. After all, it is really better to gather together than to fly around like this. Just as Wright was about to continue killing, a high-pitched dragon roar suddenly echoed in the dream. Then, a group of powerful eternal dragons descended from the sky and rushed to the battlefield. The reason why they were recognized as eternal dragons at a glance was that their appearance was so different. If the eternal dragons were eagles, then the shepherd dragons looked more like pheasants, and some were even domesticated chickens. Whether in appearance, temperament, or size, the eternal dragons were overwhelming the shepherd dragons. Wright licked his lips. This is the real hard dish. As soon as the eternal dragons entered the field, they began to chant the ancient dragon language magic. Then other sturdy eternal dragons rushed forward, wanting to fight in close combat. With the addition of the new forces of the Dragon Clan, the battle situation gradually stabilized. Although Wright's combat effectiveness was still strong and his fighting style was still crazy, but in front of so many eternal dragons, it was obviously still a bit stretched. Right. Lilith saw it and was anxious. Do you need help? No, I just want to experience for myself what level these eternal dragons are. I have to say that they are indeed stronger than ordinary dragons. But, that's all. After Wright finished speaking, his dragon wings fluttered, and the holy light drove all the enemies back. He was suspended in the air, and his height was still rising. Now, I have had enough fun, and it's time to end this farce. The light continued to gather, and Wright was surrounded by endless holy light, and finally formed a platinum sun, emitting terrible pressure. In the sun, a 6-winged giant dragon, that had never existed before slowly appeared. He looked down on all living beings and slowly spoke. I'm the scorching sun, and I'm also the scorching sun. Since you see the scorching sun, why don't you bow down? In an instant, the light was brilliant. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217, The Second Wave of Impact. This was the second time Wright had used this move, since he called out "I'm the sun" last time. Although it was not Wright's most powerful move in his dream, it was definitely powerful. This time, in order to protect his true identity, he had to show up as a dragon. Unexpectedly, a new spark was created. The Holy Dragon of the Blazing Sun. The side branch of the Holy Dragon of Light. It possessed the authority of the sun and light at the same time, and its exaggerated 6 wings were a symbol of divine authority. When Wright showed up in front of the dragons in this posture, he felt a sense of comfort he had never felt before. It was a sense of oppression that came naturally to those who were superior. Obviously, the rank of the Holy Dragon of the Blazing Sun was stronger than these dragons, even the eternal dragons. The dragon race had a long history, and its subspecies were countless. But since ancient times, only those dragons with the purest blood and the most legitimate authority could become the Dragon King. No matter how strong, how great their contributions, or how old their qualifications were, other dragons could not ascend to the throne of the Dragon King. In terms of blood and category, the dragon race and the sea race are somewhat similar, but it is not so obvious. But there is indeed a vague dividing line between them. Separate some of the species that have the ability to become the king of the dragon race from the other messy dragon races. It's like the transparent glass plate in front of a fly. You can see it clearly, but you are ruthlessly blocked out. But the Holy Dragon of the Fiery Sun is a new type of dragon race that has never been recorded, and it actually has the ability to make the dragon race surrender, and has the qualifications to be the king. This is an unimaginable path, but Wright took it by chance. But now is not the time to study these. The light on Wright's body bloomed, and countless shock waves and deadly rays shot like rain. Originally, the Eternal Dragon clan could still rely on their own strong hardtop, but this time they were beaten and fled. Despite this, these guys are still fighting back as much as possible, trying to regain some face. But unfortunately, any attack seemed so powerless and ridiculous in front of the Blazing Sun. How dare you go against the sun? Wright directly put away all the holy light around him, transformed into the form of the Holy Sun, and swooped into the dragon group. He didn't even do anything, and a large number of dragons were burned to ashes, and left the dream. The eternal dragons were all dumbfounded one after another. What's going on? Didn't they say they came to help catch the thief? Is this a thief? Even in the cracks of the dream, it was too explosive. Before they could do anything, Wright had already rushed in front of them. The scorching sun was a wave that destroyed everything. Wright just waved his dragon wings slightly and turned all the eternal dragons in front of him into ashes. The remaining dragons, whether they were eternal dragons or shepherd dragons, turned around and fled into the distance without any hesitation. You want to escape? Can you? The sun's rays are everywhere. Wright roared, and the rays of light on his body converged, turning into a light shadow that rushed into the sky, and then turned into a platinum sun. With Wright's order, the Holy Sun in the sky began to carry out a crazy sun flame bombardment on all areas within Wright's sight. The horrific scene of meteor showers seemed like the end of the world had arrived early. Those fleeing dragons could not hold on to the first round, and died tragically under the saturation bombardment of the Holy Sun. In the end, the Holy Sun fell in the direction of the most escaped, and finally completely turned that piece of dream into nothingness. Okay, now the annoying flies are finally gone. Wright transformed and returned to his original form. Lilith was covered in black smoke, and soon degenerated back to her original appearance. Huh. What a hearty battle. Lilith curled her lips and said, I don't think the dragons will think so. But it's good to do this once and for all. It saves the dragons from cursing and provoking us whenever they have nothing to do. This time, they were beaten out of the dream rift by you, and their mental strength must have been severely damaged. I guess they won't be able to rest for some time. Don't worry about those flies. Let's go see how Alice is doing. The two entered the fairy tale town from the entrance, and according to the route signs, they successfully came to the fairy tale town part of the Mermaid Princess. Seeing Wright and Lilith coming, Alice was overjoyed. So, all the enemies outside have been eliminated? Well, at least it guarantees that no one will disturb you when you use it. Now, how are the preparations going? Let me explain. Lai jumped onto the table and began to talk. The role of the fairy tale town is indeed to intercept the power of the witch, like a dam. When it is not needed, everything remains the same. When the witch needs to be stopped, her power source can be cut off. In this way, after her power decreases to a certain extent, she can be captured. But it is indeed difficult to use this method to determine the location of the opponent. Unexpectedly, before Pinocchio finished speaking, Alice suddenly shouted over there. "Brother, I found the specific location of the opponent." "Ah, so fast?" The Lie Demon had to smile awkwardly to cover up his embarrassment. Fortunately, Wright was in no mood to care about his mental journey, but hurried to Alice. "Did you find it? Are you sure?" "Yes, I locked the location of the opponent based on the energy transmission position." "Brother, let's act quickly." "Okay, Pinocchio, you stay and look after the house, and we will return to the real world now." Pinocchio nodded subconsciously and suddenly frowned and pointed at Wright. Boss, why is there fog coming out of your body again?" In a flash, a large amount of fog sprayed out like a kettle of boiling water, instantly submerging Wright. Wright subconsciously wanted to push Lilith and Alice away, but the two women grabbed his arms instead. "What are you doing?" Facing the somewhat anxious Wright, Lilith smiled sweetly. "I want to go with you." Sister Alice also looked firm. "I want to go with you too." While speaking, the thick fog had already wrapped up Wright's entire body. He couldn't get rid of the two women, so he had to kick the demon of lies out with one foot. "Pinocchio, go back to the world. The enemy will definitely attack again. Before we finish, don't take it lightly. You must hold on. Hold on." Wright's voice gradually became smaller, and he took Lilith and Alice to the unknown space. When the three opened their eyes again, they found that they were still in that magical area. "Is this the consciousness space of the sapphire?" Wright shook his head. No. To be precise, this is the world of the ancient god named Sea. It's just that it's completely hollowed out now. Yeah, I feel empty too. Alice looked around. "Brother, this place is somewhat similar to a dream. I think this may not be the real world. If it is really the real world, then the situation is a bit complicated." Wright was stunned for a moment, looking at Alice with a sad face. "How complicated is it?" "Then there is a certain probability that this world was a normal world before. As a result, too much energy was extracted, and it could not maintain the energy required for material life. In the end, it fell into this unrealistic, half-dream state." After listening, Wright felt that it made sense. This is the plan of the devil of lies, to sink the harbor city into the dream with a more powerful version. The only difference is that he succeeded in this sea. Lilith looked around helplessly. "What should we do now?" "Let's explore a little. It would be best if we can find the guy who tripped us up." Wright was searching for clues in his consciousness, but Harbor City was in chaos. A large number of sea monsters had returned, and the coastline was in danger again. Emily heard the cry for help and rushed out, only to see the surging enemies rushing towards the coastline like a tide. Alert! Alert! She immediately took off and threw several very obvious 5th level magic spells at the beach. Then, she began to use the amplification magic to circle back and forth over Harbor City. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! All the clergy of the Flesh and Blood cult immediately go to the coastline for support. After flying several times, she returned to the grocery store and looked at the silent yard in surprise. What's going on? Wright should have rushed out by now. She rushed into Wright's room with Unica, but saw that the three people on the bed had all disappeared, replaced by a huge cloud of fog. What? Again? It seems that we can't count on this guy. No. The lying demon dragged his funny body and ran over. No, Wright and the other three have been. It seems that you have seen it. What can we do now? No choice, we can only fight. Emily drew out her staff and crowbar at this moment, turned around and rushed towards the coastline. Since Wright and Lilith are not here now, she should take the lead. Time is urgent and there is not much time to think. Emily has already appeared on the battlefield in a flash. She directly opened her holy realm and entered the overclocking state. Want to attack while they are not here? Humph, you guys are thinking beautifully. But you didn't expect that I, Emily, am here. With me here, you can't even think of entering the harbor city. Elemental Carnival. Let's start. The rushing element surged on the beach, stabilizing the battlefield in an instant. The believers of the flesh and blood cult who arrived one after another also joined the battle. Although they no longer have Wright's support, they are now experienced in combat. With the increase in the number of people, the originally precarious front was pushed back. But the surging waves and the dark tide seemed to be mocking the childish and pitiful efforts of this group of people. A stronger and more crazy attack surged onto the coastline again. Countless powerful sea monsters roared and rushed up, as if they were endless, and had no concept of quantity. Even Emily couldn't help but feel a little worried. Right, you have to solve the things in the fog quickly, otherwise we can't stand such a waste. Drink. Watch this. The Flesh and Blood God cult is a cult founded by Wright. After all these days of development, the entire harbor city has almost completed the initiation ceremony. Although most of them are ordinary believers of the same nature as pilgrims, everyone has a strong desire to strengthen their bodies. This strong belief makes the God of Flesh and Blood more powerful, and this power is fed back to all believers. Of course, the clergy are particularly favored. The entire clergy structure, from the Hall Master to the Red Stick to the Straw Sandals, almost all members are developing rapidly and becoming stronger. Although the last attack was only a day ago, everyone's combat effectiveness has made great progress. And under the blessing of many flesh and blood spells, the warriors of the flesh and blood cult can be said to be in a killing mood. Facing the boundless sea and endless enemies, all the flesh and blood believers have no fear or worry, but are very excited. That is the excitement from the growing flesh and blood instinct. They try to destroy and absorb everything they see. On weekdays, when doing daily exercise and fitness, this impulse has not been fully demonstrated. But now, as the battle becomes more and more intense, more and more flesh and blood believers have fallen into madness. They have become the most threatening meat grinder on the battlefield. While beheading the enemy, they can actually obtain powerful energy from it to replenish their consumption. Even the enemy did not expect this. You know, these things, these so-called sea monsters, are actually puppets made by the alchemy of the Sea Clan. But even puppets must have energy in their bodies that can be used for activities. At first, this energy would return to the sea after the puppet died in battle. But now, after being killed by those flesh and blood believers, most of the energy will be snatched and swallowed by the other side. Only the sea water and a small part of the energy will return to the sea. This suddenly changed the entire offensive situation. The puppets are no longer cheap combat individuals, and their losses have become very huge. The number of enemy troops landing on the shore has become fewer and fewer, and even began to break up. However, the reduction of the enemy has made the crazy believers very distressed. After all, the desire to kill has been aroused, and it is impossible to put it away for a while. Seeing that the murderous intent on the beach is getting stronger and stronger, the tragedy of cannibalism will soon happen. A little man made of rotten wood appeared on the coastline carrying a dinner knife the size of his body. Let's start the communion of flesh and blood. I didn't expect that this dinner knife can be used like this. Ha 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 ha. God of flesh and blood, please come here and protect your great believers. I summon you here in the name of Boss Wright's most loyal employee. Chapter 218 The Unpredictable Battle Situation. As the demon of lies released the power of the flesh and blood dining knife, the huge flesh and blood restaurant slowly rose. The huge evil god statue stood on the beach, exuding a crazy breath. The flesh and blood believers who were about to fall into madness returned to normal because of this. Because their desires and madness all became the food of the flesh and blood evil god. After devouring so many crazy beliefs, the appearance of the flesh and blood evil god became more hideous. Blessings and blessings one after another, accompanied by bloodlight, enveloped these 2-meter tall, strong-backed, and muscled flesh and blood cult believers. At that moment, the human-shaped beast was so appropriate and appropriate. Even the surging sea was somewhat dwarfed in front of these flesh and blood cult believers. At this time, the two second-level marshals who temporarily took over the position of the leader in the church, regardless of their advanced age of several decades, joined the battlefield. They tore off their thin shirts, revealing their muscular bodies that did not belong to their age. Everyone has it. Crab style. Hoo-ha. All the believers of the flesh and blood god cult on the beach showed their perfect muscles in the same posture at almost the same time. That was the perfect body they carved for themselves bit by bit. Effort and persistence were the names of the carving knives in their hands. At that moment, an indescribable weird feeling instantly bombarded the sea. It's so weird. But why is it so handsome inexplicably? The madness of the believer stimulated the flesh and blood evil god who was unfolding the domain. Its body gradually solidified, and powerful praises were poured on these believers who were doing radio gymnastics while fighting bravely. This believer here used chest expansion exercises to tear the enemy in half. The brother over there just cleared an area, and is now doing finishing exercises. This absurd and weird scene is constantly staged on the beach. In comparison, the battlefield on Emily's side is much more normal. As the highest combat force that Harbor City can currently dispatch, Emily has indeed supported a piece of the sky. In the crazy element city, countless elemental creatures transformed into various beasts and began to fight for their lives with the alchemical creatures that ran out of the sea. Emily's crowbar danced vigorously, and she blasted all the sea monsters into foam, like chopping melons and vegetables. The key is that she was fighting in close combat while casting powerful magic. As the world's first person to survive the beginner's teaching level of both Wright and Lilith, Emily's fighting style was greatly influenced by Wright. That is, bombing at all costs. Although Wright also has some simple and efficient techniques, he loves those fighting methods with powerful firepower. Caliber is justice, range is truth. The amount of equivalent is not important, but it must be enough. But Emily's magic is not as strong as Wright's, and she can also borrow from the gods. Therefore, under Lilith's training, Emily realized another effective method. Theory of elementary use. All magic element will not dissipate quickly after use. Therefore, after two high-level magicians have a fierce duel in a certain place, the concentration of magic element in the area will increase significantly and last for a short period of time. Emily's method is to use these elements that have been used once and have not dispersed. The first step is to use crazy magic to pour out, and use higher level magic to slam the enemy's area. If you can directly bombard it to pieces, that would be the best, but if the opponent holds on, Emily will enter the second step, magic detonation. There are some subtle effects and reactions between different elements. If the magic concentration in an area is too high, there is a certain possibility of magic explosion. Emily waved her staff, and a carefully prepared magic sphere sank into the magic bombing area just now. Boom. With a roar, the whole beach was as gorgeous as fireworks. But every blooming of fireworks was a terrible blow to the enemy. Those groups of sea monsters were directly blasted into steam by the explosion, before they had time to go ashore and completely return to the sea. Emily's defense line alone basically blocked nearly half of the sea monsters. Seeing Emily so brilliant, the other flesh and blood believers were very unconvinced. With the blessing of the god of flesh and blood, their attack became more and more swift. Without paying attention, these guys actually pushed the front line back to the sea. The lying demon looked at this scene, and his heart was finally relieved a little. I hope I can hold on until the boss can't deal with the enemy in the dream. However, many things are like this. The more you fear something, the more likely it is to happen. It seems that the existence in the sea found that his creations were indeed unable to fight against these indescribable enemies on the coastline. So, he did it once and for all, and sent out a more powerful elite force. A new batch of sea monsters rushed to the coastline of the harbor city with the help of the waves, rushing towards every one of the flesh and blood cult and Emily. These sea monsters have obviously been strengthened. Not only are their height and body size equal to those of ordinary believers of the flesh and blood cult, but there are also some powerful individuals at the leader level commanding the battle. The opponent has changed from a mindless charge at the beginning to an orderly and well-organized attack. Fighting power, fighting quality, and fighting methods have all been strengthened. The enemy's reinforcement is obviously very effective. The territory that the flesh and blood warriors just conquered was pushed back. Seeing that the battle line was in danger, a holy light suddenly fell from the sky and hit the coastline directly. I don't know where you came from, the sea god, but now this world is in our hands. Under the rule of the holy light, you can't be so presumptuous. Haha. Sister Jonah is here. Emily raised the crowbar in her hand and greeted the sky. In the sky, the shadows of the twin goddesses of the holy light appeared, and 8 high level 6 winged angels stood beside them. The powerful divine power was overwhelming and actually calmed the waves. For the holy light, charge. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded on the beach of the harbor city. Knight Captain Kelst led the paladin guard he raised in lynching and rushed into the battlefield. With the help of the paladin, the originally precarious situation of the war stabilized again. Moreover, among the crowd, there was actually a battle group composed of all female paladins. This was the Holy Rose Knights who had hurried over from the Holy City after receiving the transfer order. They had just arrived in the next city and met the person in charge, Kelst. As a result, they received the oracle from the 2 goddesses in the evening and led the troops to rescue the crisis-ridden harbor city. The Holy Rose is now redeeming herself for meritorious service, and she fought even harder. Moreover, under the manipulation of the main god of the world, the blessing of the sea gradually lost its effect, and these sea monsters returned to their original appearance. The situation of the battle gradually became clear, and everyone felt that it was stable now. However, a thick fog suddenly surged in from the sea. Chapter 219 Bloody Rose. Subscription request. Thick fog again. When the sea fog appeared, Emily quickly looked at Pinocchio, but the latter also had a blank look on his face, not knowing what happened at all. Damn it, I really hate this body of mine now. The lying demon was angry at his powerlessness again, but he could do nothing about it. If it was his heyday, how could he be so ignorant and confused? Even if he was only a little distracted, he wouldn't be so embarrassed by a guy who hadn't even broken through the rule god. But the cage that Wright tailored for him was really perfect. Although he could still accumulate energy through lies, once it exceeded a certain amount, it would immediately transform into a long nose. These noses are rich in energy and can be compared with magic crystals. But this also caused his ability to be locked at a very low level. So low that he was obviously at the conceptual level, but he was powerless in the face of such a situation. Although it was a pity, Wright did this for safety reasons. After all, the power of lies is too dangerous. The thick fog on the sea soon enveloped the entire harbor city, and Emily suddenly felt something was wrong. The saints fighting in the distance were also stunned, and the holy light on their bodies quickly dissipated. Just like the time in the holy city. But this time, the principle is completely different from the last time. Last time, the Sage of Reason made a big move and directly bombarded the channel link between the Holy Light Goddess Aphra and the mortal world. This resulted in the inability of the Holy Light power to bless. This is very serious for the paladin or other clergy. Without the blessing of the Holy Light, the paladin is still a powerful warrior. It's just that he fights more fiercely. The fighting style began to move from the punishment knight of the Holy Light God system to the style of the flesh and blood cult believers. Without the support of the Holy Light Goddess, the enemy came back again. Looking at the still terrifying number of enemies, Helen, the vice president of the Holy Rose, did not give up. She raised the holy shield in her hand with all her strength, roared and opened her own sanctuary, covering all the people she could cover. In her sanctuary, everyone's combat power and defense, as well as endurance and speed, are gradually balanced and strengthened. In the end, everyone will become part of a huge whole. With this powerful large-scale multiplayer battle-specific enhanced sanctuary, the paladins gradually stabilized their position. But the situation is still not optimistic. After all, the enemy's attack is endless, and the consumption of the harbor city is very huge. As time goes by, defeat may only be a matter of time. At this time, the lying demon who opened the enchantment suddenly found that the blood and flesh evil god moved in the feast of flesh and blood. Under its high skull, countless flesh and blood began to spread, gradually swallowing up all the beaches, and began to swallow up the seawater that the killed sea monsters turned into. Afterwards, the growing flesh and blood will feed back energy to the fighters who fight at all costs. Although it is not as direct and fast as the holy light treatment, fortunately, the treatment effect is comparable, and it can also automatically repair the loss of the flesh. However, at this time, a strange thing happened. Countless flesh and blood rushed to Helen and began to stick to her body. What's going on? Facing Helen's question, the old employee, the devil of lies, began to lobby. Isn't it obvious? This shows that you have a high affinity with this god of flesh and blood, and he wants to choose you as the saint of the Church of God. Me, saint? What Church of God? I'm a devout believer of the goddess of holy light. The devil of lies spread his hands and said, let's just say that this cult was run by Wright. You may also know that our boss Wright has a well-known relationship with His Highness Jonah, one of the twin goddesses of holy light. Therefore, changing from the Church of Holy Light to the Church of Flesh and Blood cannot be considered apostasy. On the contrary, this is for victory and to protect the innocent people of Harbor City. You take the responsibility. But Helen was shaking with excitement and didn't know what to say for a moment. Finally, the devil of lies said the most important sentence. Besides, blood light is also light. Helen suddenly shouted, and then the flesh and blood light around her was reflected on her body. The powerful energy fluctuations continued to rise, and finally stopped at the advanced level of the saint rank. But this is not the most important thing. The important thing is that with Helen, the saint, and her extremely suitable enchantment, they still have hope of victory. With the intervention of the god of flesh and blood, Helen's domain continued to grow, and finally covered the entire beach. Everyone was blessed by Helen's domain, and one by one they regained their spirits. After the anchor point of Helen was created, as the god of flesh and blood of the evil god, the divine power became more condensed. Before, it was like a lamp. As long as it was lit, it could illuminate the surroundings. But now it is different. The appearance of Saint Helen has turned the oil lamp into a flashlight. Put your strength into one place, and think in one place. The combat effectiveness of the flesh and blood cult has become stronger and stronger under the coincidence and layers of blessing. Who would have thought that the flesh and blood cult, which has been established for less than 2 months, has become the mainstay of this great crisis? From today on, I, Helen, officially declare that I'm joining the Church of the Flesh and Blood, and the name of the Knights will be changed to Bloody Rose. A powerful red light shone all around, and after the devil of lies threw the dinner knife to Helen, he turned around and ran away. Emily was also stunned for a moment. She didn't understand why the devil of lies wanted to leave. Logically speaking, although he was sealed, he was still immortal. In this case, it shouldn't be desertion. In fact, Pinocchio left in order to return to the grocery store to find another person who could influence the development of the war. Unica, why is there no one at this critical moment? I'm here. Unica's voice came from the warehouse, followed by a burst of noisy noises. Unica poked her head out. Pinocchio, how is the battle on the front line? I have helped Emily adjust the combat auxiliary equipment. With them, we can only hold on for a while. But if you do as I say, our chances of winning will be greatly increased. Unica had long hated that she could not go to the battlefield to kill the enemy. Now that she can help everyone win, she is naturally very excited. What is that? What method? Tell me. Pinocchio took a deep breath. As long as we can break through the thick fog and guide the goddess of light to come again, we will have a chance to fight. I remember that when the thick fog first spread, Wright made an all-chemical creation that could directly contact the two goddesses in the divine world. Even in the thick fog, it can still succeed. Unica, now please use your invincible all-chemical technology to think of a way. Modify that equipment. Although this sentence makes me feel awkward. But, please let the holy light shine on the harbor city again. Depends on you. Unica. Chapter 220. Monsters from the Deep Sea, asking for monthly tickets. Huangdao wishes everyone a happy New Year's Eve. For Helen, she longed for atonement. After the Holy Advent ceremony, the former leader, the Lancer Princess of the First Empire, and the strongest apprentice saint actually colluded with the Tower of Truth, betrayed the church, and betrayed the goddess. What a blasphemy this is, and it is also a trampling on one's loyalty and faith. From that day on, the Holy Roses could no longer raise their heads. As if they were escaping from reality, they continued to stay in the Holy Rose Nights created for them by Wright. They trained and rested as usual, and even unconsciously increased the amount of training. They seemed to want to numb their nerves with fatigue and wash away the shame with sweat. However, from beginning to end, the church did not blame or judge them in any way. They also knew in their hearts that all this was because of the protection and deterrence of the holy sin. But this made them suffer even more. You know, when they were under Vanessa's command, the heads of the straw men they trained with were all hung with Wright's heads. Now, not only did they not care, but they provided protection and understanding. This made the Holy Roses feel ashamed. Tormented by this sense of guilt, the Holy Roses abandoned their original beliefs and turned to believe in the other of the Gemini goddesses, Jonah. They hoped to relieve their guilt in this way. Jonah also noticed these poor girls. As a former apprentice saint, Jonah gladly accepted them and gave them blessings to comfort their souls. The Holy Roses also secretly swore in their hearts that they would be loyal to Jonah and His Highness the Holy Sin at the cost of their lives. Therefore, when the Holy Sin secondment order arrived at the Holy Rose Manor, the Holy Roses who had been lonely for a long time instantly became energetic. Ah, Lord Holy Sin, he needs us. The Holy Rose Knights arrived near the harbor city at almost lightning speed, and then ran to the harbor city for support, because of Jonah's oracle. But now, for victory, to defend the harbor city, Helen betrayed the Holy Light Church, and became the saint of the Flesh and Blood Church. The distortion and guilt in her heart surged again, and were sensed by the flesh and blood that grew, and gave feedback. Are you entangled? Then exercise. Are you confused? Then exercise. Are you guilty? Then exercise. Exercise will make you reborn, wave goodbye to the self you once hated, and transform into a better self. Exercise. 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 Only exercise will never let you down. Only exercise will never make you feel tortured. Only exercise is the ladder for your continuous promotion. You don't need to swear. You don't need to recite scriptures. You don't need to make offerings. As long as you love to exercise, God will love you. Simple, rough, but effective. Just like exercise. Ah. Helen's eyes were gushing with red light, and she struggled to throw away the holy shield and spear in her hand. Reaching out and grabbing, the table knife of the god of flesh and blood flew into her hand. The growing flesh began to spread, crushing the bloated and solid light armor on her body. It was like peeling off the shell, revealing Helen's perfect body that had been obtained through countless self-discipline and exercise. Like a lychee, a healthy posture, a well-proportioned body, without a trace of excess fat on the body, a flat belly, slender thighs, full of vitality, while not losing the feminine beauty and curves. With the addition of flesh and blood, it was like a carefully carved sculpture. Emily saw it, and opened her mouth in shock. Is this what Wright said? The beauty of women after exercise? It turns out he didn't lie to me. At the same time, other former members of the Holy Rose Knights also followed suit and underwent changes. The growing flesh crushed their heavy armor, and they were replaced with close-fitting sportswear that was enough to make people's blood boil. Compared with those flesh and blood believers who were burly and seemed to be made of muscles and flesh, the female believers of the flesh and blood cult were completely different. Together with Helen, they rushed into the enemy's wave, one by one, like leaping elves, taking away large numbers of lives while dancing. Gradually, the flesh and blood god's banquet of the flesh and blood dinner knife merged with the holy domain of the flesh and blood saint Helen. Resonance was completed. She rushed into the waves with the dinner knife in her hand. Facing the surging sea, she waved the sharp blade in her hand wildly. This seemingly crazy behavior is very effective. With each stroke of the dinner knife, her holy domain will be strengthened. At the same time, all blessed individuals in the holy domain will be supplemented with strength. This is somewhat different from the supplement given by the holy light. The holy light is a blessing, and a gift. After Helen became the Holy Lady of Flesh and Blood, the blessing effect of her holy domain also changed to the characteristics of the Flesh and Blood God Church. Everyone felt that they were having a grand dinner party, and Helen was the hostess who held the dinner knife to divide the food for everyone. As one delicious food after another falls into the stomach, energy will naturally surge from the body. When you are full, you will naturally have plenty of strength. Faced with this group of crazy gluttons and his own power that was being devoured and cut off, the ancient ocean god was angry. It used its own divine power to form a huge wave, ready to directly submerge the beach. But now, this world already has the main god. Even if it is more powerful, the authority it can call upon has become limited. In this case, how could the god of flesh and blood spoil it? Even if it is an evil god who has been raised like a pet, it is still a holy evil god. What level are you? Dare to come here to make trouble? With a whoosh, the body of the god of flesh and blood descended behind the saint, and then suddenly expanded, turning into a meat mountain made of flesh and blood, and crashed directly into the huge wave. With a bang, the waves were completely defeated, and the meat mountain collapsed. The seawater fell back into the sea, and the flesh and blood continued to grow abundantly, and finally retreated to the beach, and recondensed into the body of the evil god of the god of flesh and blood. However, compared with the previous ferocity, the god of flesh and blood seemed a little weak at this moment. After all, he was born less than 3 months ago, and the opponent was the ancient ocean god. Being able to fight hard was already the limit, and for the ancient ocean god, the previous blow was simply a slap on its face. It was once a powerful force, fighting against the ancient god of the sky, the ancient god of the earth, the ancient god of the sun and the moon, and other gods with its own strength. Now, it was hit on the head by a twisted and evil, unknown little evil god. Anger made the whole sea surge and roar. Woo. A huge figure like a mountain emerged from the sea. Its size was larger than the entire harbor city. That's it. That's the Kraken. Many members of the flesh and blood cult have lived by the sea for generations, and they recognize the giant sea monster at a glance. Emily, on the other hand, was concerned about something else. Oh no, it's a demigod. Chapter 221 Sister, Save Me. Demigod. A title that can crush countless geniuses. Since Emily left her family's fiefdom and followed Wright, her vision and knowledge have changed. She originally thought that from the 1st level to the 5th level, and then to the holy level and the legendary level, she had to climb step by step. But now she has long understood that the so-called 1st level to the 5th level, although it seems to be clearly divided into levels, is actually not significantly different. All of these are just preparations and accumulations for ascending to the holy level. Only by ascending to the holy level can one truly open the road to becoming a strong man. But that is just a small threshold. Above the holy level is a legendary level, which is the realm where the soul resonates with the holy domain and further enhances the power. Becoming a legend is almost the pinnacle of ordinary people, and it is a goal that cannot be reached in a lifetime. But the demigod and the sky above the legend are the fusion of the soul and the holy domain, which has been brought to the extreme. In essence, the sky level and the demigod level are on the same level. They are two branches of the legendary powerhouse. If a legendary warrior has his own holy weapon, when he reaches the holy level, he can try to reach the sky level by completing the triple fusion of the holy domain, holy weapon and holy soul. But if he is not qualified enough and fails to condense his own holy weapon, the legendary level is actually the end of his road. However, there is no way out. This part of the legendary warriors can choose to be loyal to the gods and receive the blessings of the gods. With the help of divine power and divine soul, they can go one step further and become demigods who can compete with the sky level. But whether it is the sky or the demigod, they are already the peak of combat power in this world, who can normally exert their strength. And the existence of a sea monster as huge as a mountain is enough to make people despair. Not to mention that its strength has reached the terrifying demigod level. This is one of the strongest trump cards of the ancient ocean god. Retreat. Faced with such a powerful monster, ordinary believers of the flesh and blood cult are like ants and can't achieve any effect at all. As the leader of this battle, Emily immediately issued the order to retreat. Since you can't win, don't make unnecessary sacrifices. But at least, she still wanted to try. At the same time, Helen, the saint of flesh and blood, also stood beside her. As the second saint level on the scene, she also wanted to try it with Emily. The two girls looked at each other, and everything was self-explanatory. They all took their positions to face the approaching behemoth. Kelst, who was far away, looked at the backs of the two girls and felt ashamed. One step away. Just one step away. He was only one step away from the saint level. But now, there was no time for him to break through the last step. If he did not enter the saint level, he was destined to become an ordinary person. Without the blessing of the Holy Land, for a demigod level strongman, he did not even have the qualifications to breathe. Not to mention, now that the fog was thick, their holy light could no longer be used. In desperation, he had to lead his team members to guide the believers of the flesh and blood cult to leave the battlefield and do the last thing he could do. Ah, ah, ah. The shrill roar echoed in the harbor city, and the huge sea monster had already arrived on the beach. The waves were overwhelming, hitting the sea wall crazily. It felt like it could turn the entire harbor city into ruins in the next moment. Facing such a terrible enemy, the two girls showed no fear. They shrank their sanctuary, wrapped it around their bodies, and then leaped up to kill the sea monster. The colorful elemental brilliance flying all over the sky, intertwined with the stern and resolute blood color, hit the sea monster heavily. The sea monster felt pain, and 2 scars were blasted out of its bloated body. The smelly pus and blood gushed out, instantly polluting the entire beach. Looking at the beach eroded into deep pits one after another, all the believers of the flesh and blood cult who escaped were scared. If they insisted on not leaving, they would probably be melted to the point where there would be no bones left. Seeing this, Kelst couldn't help but curse the shamelessness of the god of the sea, not only sending such a demigod sea monster, but also tampering with its body. If this monster was thrown into the battlefield, even if it was killed, it would destroy an entire area. It was simply insane. I can die if I kill one of them, but you can't think about it. However, the initial achievements did not affect the direction of the battle. The siren seemed to have intentionally injured herself at the beginning, just to pollute the war zone with poisonous blood. After completing this effect, the demigod level strongman began to show his power. The powerful siren's sanctuary opened, and the corrosive poisonous fog and thick ink filled the battlefield. In this case, if there is no sanctuary to protect the body, just standing here will be fatally hit, and the intestines will be ruptured if you take a breath. Moreover, this blinding and corrosive effect cannot be removed by ordinary divine spells or potions. The sanctuary itself is the rubbing and application of the power of the law by the strong. When facing the power of the law, it can only be offset by the power of the law. It is precisely because of this characteristic that the saint level still has the ability to struggle against the legend and the demigod. But it is difficult for the saint level to win against the saint level with its previous strength. The two girls struggled in the enemy's sanctuary, and their attacks basically failed to cause any effective damage to the enemy. Gradually, Helen, who was exhausted, was blown away by the sea monster's tentacles. She fell heavily into a residential building, and her life or death was unknown. Seeing this, Kelst hurriedly led people to rescue her. On the battlefield, only Emily was still fighting hard. After all, she was the one who survived under the dual teachings of Wright and Lilith. Even when facing a demigod level strongman, she could still cleverly use her full range of magic abilities to deal with him and delay time. But on the battlefield, she also deeply understood that she had no chance of winning under the absolute strength gap. I just hope that Wright and others can solve the enemies in the fog in time and come back as soon as possible. Here we go. At the critical moment, Unica pushed a cart and rushed to the seawall behind the beach. There was a strange instrument on the car, and Pinocchio, the demon of lies, was sitting on it. The holy instrument. It's built. Unica turned on the switch directly, and a burst of energy rushed into the sky, piercing through the heavy fog, and disappearing into the sky. Soon, feedback came from the god realm. A large amount of holy light poured down, covering the entire battlefield. The devil of lies shouted to the bottom, although we can only communicate, we cannot completely break the barrier. But as long as there is a carrier, the goddess of holy light can release the divine power. Hey, do you have any holy light clergy above the saint level? Kelst helped Helen out with a twitch in his mouth, turned his head and shouted, there was one, but you just forced her to apostatize. Hearing this, the devil of lies rolled his eyes and almost fainted. It's over. I'm going to be sat on by Wright as a footstool. At this time, the siren kraken was stimulated by the holy light and went crazy. It waved its thick tentacles and smashed towards Emily. However, facing the crisis, Emily suddenly laughed. Who said there is only one? I'm a full system mage. She took out the belt that Wright made for her, held the crowbar in her other hand, and pointed it to the sky, screaming loudly, "Sister, save me." Boom. 2 holy lights descended from the sky, directly breaking the 2 tentacles of the sea monster. The twin goddesses of holy light stood on Emily's side, one on the left and one on the right. Emily smiled confidently, and her body merged with the 2 goddesses' shadows. Elemental armament, holy blessing. I wish you all a happy New Year's Eve. Lots of red envelopes. Chapter 222, the evolution of flesh and blood. Holy light poured into Emily's body, and 12 wings spread out behind her. 2 halos above her head intertwined together, forming the shape of a holy loring. Emily's holy domain was further enhanced as a large and small, incomplete or complete loring was suspended around her. At this moment, her strength has risen to the level of a demigod. What the power of one god can't do, then add another. Even now, because of the fog, the twin goddesses of holy light can't come down in person. But with Emily as the carrier, this mere sea monster can still be solved. Die here. Emily raised the crowbar in her hand, and her soul and the holy weapon reached a perfect synchronization. The surge of element wrapped around it, forming an effect similar to that of a light energy chainsaw sword. The 12 holy wings behind her shook slightly, and her body turned into a stream of light, and rushed straight to the sea monster. Facing this sudden enemy, the sea monster was very cautious. It raised its thick tentacles and smashed towards Emily, spewing out a large amount of poisonous breath at the same time. However, Emily, who was blessed by the holy light, was not afraid at all. She waved the crowbar in her hand one after another and directly cut off all the tentacles. When the 12 holy wings vibrated, they blew away the incoming poisonous breath. With a puff, Emily directly broke through the skin of the sea monster and drilled into its body. Then, the bright holy light poured out from the body of the sea monster, as beautiful as a blooming flower. Accompanied by scorching and water vapor, the huge sea monster was blown to pieces. Emily vibrated her wings and slowly rose into the air. She did not feel any joy because of her previous attack, because he knew that a demigod level strongman would not be solved so easily. Sure enough, after the body was blown up, the sea water behind the sea monster kept surging and was finally absorbed into the body of the sea monster. The damage it had just suffered was quickly repaired, and it was restored to its original state in the blink of an eye. With its back against the sea, it seems to have endless blessings. No matter how it is killed, it can recover quickly. Unless this connection is cut off, it cannot win at all. Not to mention, there is a time limit for maintaining the elemental armed holy form. After all, Emily is different from Wright. She is not 100% affinity with light element. If she acts as a carrier for a long time, she will suffer a lot of damage. However, the siren will not give her this opportunity. With its immortal body, endless supplements and huge poisonous body, it begins to attack at all costs. Emily fought hard, and the 2 sides fought hard. Although Emily is better in combat power, on the scene, Emily has been suppressing the opponent, but time seems to be on the side of the siren. The demon of lies stood on the seawall, full of anxiety. No, this won't work. We must find a way to cut off the relationship between this sea monster and the sea. Damn it, Wright, can't you tell me how to remove the seal on my body? In this way, I might be able to try it with the power of lies. Even for a moment, there will be a chance to try. Now, what can I do? Let me do it. Suddenly, a red light rushed out from the ruins. Helen, holding the blood and flesh dinner knife, directly joined the battlefield and rushed towards the sea monster at a high speed. She dodged attacks again and again, bypassed one piece of poisonous swamp after another, and finally rushed to the edge of the sea. Great God of flesh and blood, your devout believers are calling here. I beg you to come here. Praise the flesh and blood. Praise the flesh and blood. As the dinner knife suddenly pierced into the sea, the growing flesh and blood gushed out from the blade, instantly forming a huge flesh and blood dam. This sea wall completely separated the sea water and the beach from the siren. All the divine power supplies from the sea were intercepted and swallowed by this flesh wall. Isolated island. With an equally powerful and crazy body, the god of flesh and blood successfully turned the siren kraken into an isolated island. Saint Helen shouted to Emily in the sky. The battle was successful. Go. Now. God's forbidden spell. The aria of the ultimate light. Emily threw the crowbar in her hand into the sky, absorbing all the light like a lightning rod, and then conducting it to her body. Then, The 12 holy wings behind Emily opened to the maximum, and the holy loring above her head ran wildly. A beam of light fell with her as the origin, directly piercing the huge kraken. The surging light even left a deep pit on the beach. But after this blow, the power of the twin goddesses was exhausted. Aphra and Jonas will had to leave Emily's body. She also returned to normal from the ultimate elemental armed form. However, this was not the end. Emily caught the crowbar that fell from the air, pointed at the remaining body of the siren, and exerted force again. That person once said that there is nothing that can't be solved by a firepower wash. If there is, it's because the firepower is not enough. Holy level magic. Crazy party of element. The full system holy level magician showed her unparalleled and terrifying strength. The colorful holy level magic bloomed one after another, like a grand fireworks party. The powerful magic bombarded the remains of the siren, and even the flesh and blood sea wall built by the god of flesh and blood was affected to a certain extent. In addition, Emily's frugal character, after a round of bombardment with a large number of magic element, it triggered a second and even a third round of chain elemental explosions. The bombardment lasted for 10 minutes until the element activity in this area was almost zero, and then it was completely stopped. But even so, under the protection of the demigod level sanctuary, a large number of the siren's remains were left. These are extremely dangerous things. Moreover, the madly roaring sea was constantly impacting the sea wall of flesh and blood. If the ancient ocean god successfully injected power into these remains, then this demigod sea monster would be resurrected again. However, the growing flesh and blood obviously would not give it this opportunity. Undying? Who wouldn't? Devouring? Who couldn't? The tall flesh wall collapsed, but before the rushing sea water, it directly devoured all the remains of the sea monster. In a blink of an eye, the growing flesh and blood was strengthened again. Its divine body was once again condensed, and it obtained the remains and energy of the demigod level strongman. It even began to show signs of igniting the divine fire. With a roar, the growing flesh and blood rushed directly into the surging waves, trying to seize more divine power. The ancient ocean god was very afraid, because after devouring the sea monster, the flesh and blood god already had a certain resistance to the ocean god. Coupled with its greedy character and immortal characteristics, the ocean god really didn't have a good way to deal with this piece of flesh and blood for a while. The ocean god was very upset. What kind of madman would keep such a difficult evil god as a pet? It was too bad taste. However, this madman with bad taste had already locked onto the other party's existence in the thick fog of the sea. Chapter 223 The Funeral of the Sea, asking for monthly ticket. This guy's hiding deep enough. In the sea's conscious world, Wright, Lilith and Alice hovered above the sea. Endless beaches and endless seas. If the god of the ocean wants to hide here, it is perfect. And with Wright's ability, it will take a lot of time to find it. However, the joining of Alice and Lilith has made things better. In any case, the ancient ocean god dragged Wright into the fog, and he must have strong malice. Otherwise, it would not have to do so. Since the other party has malice, it must be Wright in Lilith's heart. In the final analysis, when the ancient ocean god was the strongest, it was just a completed god of law, and it was only one step away from becoming a god of rules. To put it bluntly, it is just the same level as the current twin goddesses of holy light. If this kind of god is confronted head on, Wright can easily defeat the other party. He can even make it live a life worse than death, and pay an extremely painful price. Concept level versus rule level, perhaps it will take some effort. But it was still easy to deal with these law level masters who were just copying others. But this ancient ocean god, like Wright, probably got the treasure of the sea from somewhere, so he has some abilities that even the law level and even the rule level masters don't have. As a concept level master, the horror of sea is unimaginable, unknown, containment, tide. There are countless sub-concepts under this concept, and each of them is a masterpiece of the handed down level. So the real difficulty is not the ocean god who is pretending to be powerful, but the ocean god who has left. Fortunately, Lilith can't escape the perception of malice. Of course, Lilith didn't think about it in this direction at first. This idea was indeed provided by Alice. After all, Lilith has been in indigestion recently, and has not been able to completely digest the blasphemous concept authority. Fortunately, there is Alice. This little girl's ability in the dream is invincible. As long as there is enough witch power to support her, she can even be said to be the master of the dream. Fairy Tale Town is a dam that blocks all witch power, but the intercepted power will become Alice's servant. At this moment, in this space of consciousness between illusion and reality, Alice relied on her own power to forcibly merge the Blasphemer's power and the lustful power in Lilith's body. Although this move consumed all the energy that Fairy Tale Town had accumulated recently, it allowed Lilith to lock the opponent's position in a short time. Come out. Wright raised the sin light in his hand and suddenly cut the entire sea with a sword. Under the powerful force, the seawater was divided into two pieces. In the deep ravine, a huge sea clam showed its original shape. When Alice saw this thing, she couldn't help but cover her mouth. Brother, look, does this thing look like the palace of the Sea King? It really is. Lilith covered her mouth in surprise. So that's how it is. No wonder, no wonder. The Sea King's palace was built with the remains of the ancient ocean god. No wonder after this thing was revived, it was able to easily get the little Princess Gladys out of the heavily guarded Sea King's palace. It turns out that the Sea King family has been living on the remains of others. Wright gently stroked the sin light great sword. It is to be able to sense at the first time whether the Sea King family has any offspring who can revive themselves. And under the influence of the energy of its remains, perhaps such qualified individuals will appear faster and earlier. It really put all its scheming in the wrong place. If it wasn't so obsessed with paving the way for itself, maybe it would have allowed her to become the god of rules. What a pity, what a pity. Kala la la la. With a dull loud noise, the giant sea clam comparable to the size of a city slowly opened. However, there was nothing in it, except for a beautiful girl with a human body and a fishtail, holding a sea pearl the size of a human head, looking at the three people in the sky fiercely. Wright narrowed his eyes. If I'm not mistaken, the pearl in her hand is the artifact passed down from generation to generation by the sea god. The gazing eye of the sea god Brosty. I've always been curious about whose name Brosty is. It seems that it's hers. Lilith reached out and grabbed Alice. Now that the person has been found, it's up to you to do it next. Wright stretched out his hand and summoned his holy shield, and with the other hand he tightly grasped the light of sin, with murderous intent surging all over his body. Originally, I felt embarrassed to take away the eye of the sea god. After all, it is a treasure passed down from generation to generation. If it is taken away, the next generation of the sea god will be in trouble. Now it seems that I thought too much. Well, today, I will kill the clam and take the pearl. By the way, I will change Afra's bad habit of spending money on artifact materials. Whoosh! A column of water shot up into the sky, heading straight for Wright. However, this tentative attack did not even break through the defense of the holy shield. Wright waved his hand and blocked it. Then he rushed into the ravine with the sin light. The opponent seemed to be waiting for this opportunity. With the trembling of the clam, the surrounding seawater rushed in, and the sea returned to its original state in an instant. And Wright was also swallowed by the sea. But Wright had no fear at all when he fell into the enemy's territory. After all, he was also a chosen person. The blue gem was stimulated in the sea and wrapped right up. Although the opponent has been studying this world of consciousness for a long time and is more skilled in using it, after Wright got this thing, he forgot about it and never studied it. But this thing can protect the master anyway. This saved Wright a lot of trouble. Wright was like a fish in water in the sea and was almost unaffected and still rushed to the bottom of the sea. He raised the sin light in his hand and slashed at the huge clamshell. There was a click, and the light of sin left only a white sword mark on the opponent's shell. Wow, it's pretty tough. Wright suddenly had an idea. How about killing this ancient ocean god? She used her shell to upgrade the holy shield and use the pearl eye of Poseidon to help Jonah and others improve the integrity of the law of light. As for the remaining divinity, she fed it to the evil god of flesh and blood. It's simply, the whole body is full of treasures. How can this be an ancient ocean god? Isn't this a gift package of artifacts? As if discovering Wright's crazy idea, the ocean god was furious and rushed out of the clam directly. The eye of Poseidon in her hand shone brightly, covering Wright directly. Get completely lost in the boundless and infinite sea. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel. Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224 emerges. Miracle comes again. Wright was stared at by the eye of Poseidon, and there was no way to avoid it. In an instant, his consciousness collapsed and turned into countless water drops that scattered into the sea. Such a strange scene scared Lilith and Alice. Lilith was about to go down to save people, but Alice reached out and grabbed her wrist. "Don't go, Sister Lilith. Brother is fine. We take care of ourselves." After saying that, Alice threw the toy bear in her hand out. The cute puppet toy turned into a bear-shaped nightmare in midair. The ferocious appearance, strong body, and the nightmare fire burning all over the body all showed its strength. The nightmare evil bear soared into the air and protected Lilith and Alice. The black nightmare fire surging around it formed a huge barrier. The giant sea clam on the seabed has risen to the surface of the sea, and it is shining with rays of light towards the two people in the sky. Lilith is now relatively weak because she forcibly called upon the concept of maliciousness. In this situation, they can only rely on Alice to support them. Just when the situation became more and more critical, suddenly an illusory attic appeared out of thin air, covering Lilith and Alice. "It's my brother's mirage. My brother is fine." Alice was very surprised. The appearance of the mirage meant that Wright's consciousness did not collapse because of the attack just now. This is indeed the case. Wright just took advantage of the situation and transformed himself into the sea to find a way to completely separate the ancient ocean god from the sea. Now this guy's like a hermit crab. Her own strength is average, and she probably can't even survive a face-to-face with Wright. But this consciousness space is like the cicada shell, or shell, left behind when the sea left. The ancient ocean god lives here, relying on the power of others. Although it cannot be compared with a real concept god, it still takes some effort to deal with it because of the matching attributes. But if she could be separated from this shell, then the ancient ocean god alone would not be able to make any waves. Wright's thoughts were transformed into countless parts, like drops of water, and were integrated into the sea. With the continuous differentiation, his individual consciousness was constantly fading, and gradually merged with the entire sea. The waves of the sea came and went, and the demise of the self seemed to have become an irreversible fact. If this continues, what awaits Wright is the complete assimilation of consciousness. This is the killer move of the ancient ocean god. She did not use her own power, but the consciousness whole left after the sea left. While being gradually assimilated by the sea, Wright gradually understood the cause and effect of the matter. Long before the emergence of life, the sea had already given birth to consciousness. And with the unique opportunity, it continued to transform and became indescribable. When the sea was promoted from the conceptual level to the indescribable, it swelled left with it, leaving behind an empty shell. And the existence of this empty shell itself is like a sponge that has been drained of water, or a riverbed that has been drained of water. This void will generate a strong attraction of some kind of objective existence to the consciousness that appears around it. Just like water with a low salt concentration will plunder the salt in the high concentration salt water, or just ice cubes will consume the heat around them just by being placed there. The ancient ocean god discovered this, and while using this empty shell to enhance his own strength, he also turned it into his weapon. This was originally an almost unsolvable killing move, but unfortunately, she met a natural enemy this time. In the vast ocean, the power of emergence suddenly began to surge, and Wright's dissipated. Will also stopped further dissolution and assimilation, but began to gather continuously. This behavior of rebellious quotient shocked the ancient ocean god. It violated common sense, violated divine principles, and violated the laws of the sea that she had studied day and night. However, the fact is that all this really happened. Facts speak louder than words. The power of the concept of emergence perfectly restrained this power. Wright can be said to be her natural nemesis. Since it's not your power, just give it back. Wright resurfaced on the sea. He had already understood this consciousness space well. After integrating into the sea, he also understood what the sapphire handed to him was. It was a certificate, the certificate of the owner of this relic of the sea. Perhaps the one who advanced to the indescribable sea saw something when he left for the last time, so he left this gem. And now, Wright has understood how to use it. With a snap of Wright's fingers, the blue gem emerged from his body and burst into brilliant light. The sea and the entire consciousness world solidified instantly, as if it was completely solidified by an invisible force. The ancient ocean god suddenly let out a painful whine, and her body was constantly twisting and changing. She was besieged, and fell when she was promoted to the god of rules. Her godhood had long been shattered, and her divine fire had been extinguished. By chance, her soul resided here, which allowed her to continue to survive and survive to this day. But this treasure of the sea also aroused her obsession and greed. The ancient ocean god tried to take it for himself, but unfortunately she was not capable enough, and failed to get the necessary props, that is, the sapphire, so she never succeeded. She was like moving into an empty house, but she neither got the affirmation of the owner of the house, nor had any valid documents. She was not grateful for her luck for a moment, and then she began to think about the safe in the room. Wright looked at the struggling ocean god, and used the power and authority of the sapphire, to squeeze him out of here little by little. This kind of evil guest, this kind of shameless person, does not deserve to stay here. Now Wright is the legitimate owner of the key, and is squeezing this evil guest out completely. Brother. At this moment, Alice brought Lilith and drove a mirage to Wright. Wright reached out, and hugged the two women, and his eyes fell on the nightmare bear behind Alice. Such a strong negative energy. This nightmare is quite powerful. Yes. Little bear is my pet. Alice proudly introduced to Light, but Light felt that there seemed to be some kind of connection between Alice and the nightmare bear beyond the contract. He couldn't help but wonder. Alice has gone through so many hardships, but is still optimistic. Could it be related to this bear? Light, what happened to this ancient ocean god? Lilith pointed at the ocean god who was screaming in pain in the distance. What happened? Light snorted coldly. This is a long story. This time when I assimilated with the sea, I also found out the little secret of this ancient ocean god. I have to say, she really deserves to die. Chapter 225 I'm Retribution. As her consciousness merged into the sea, Wright also explored the memory of the ancient ocean god. After all, her consciousness also merged into the sea, and was presented to Wright without reservation. At the time, the sea god fell, when he was besieged by the gods, but his consciousness accidentally came to the thought space left by the sea. As a result, she was lucky enough to save her soul, and she could have condensed her godhood again, and embarked on the journey again. But she was confused by this power, and eventually lost herself. She gave up her own resurrection and the journey of conquering the road of the gods again. Instead, she wanted to steal the power of the sea, and wanted to ascend to the sky, and become a strong person of the conceptual level in one step. But she was too arrogant. With her level of the god of law, how could she control such a profound existence? Even if it was just an empty shell. In desperation, she had to digest it bit by bit. Because she had no godhood and soul, her digestion efficiency was slower than that of Lilith before. After years of erosion, she still gained something. And most importantly, she knew that the former sea left behind a sapphire. This sapphire is the key to obtaining the remains of the sea. Once she has this gem, she can directly devour this piece of consciousness space, and fulfill her long cherished wish. But sapphires are quite spiritual, and cannot be taken by trickery. Otherwise, even if you get it, it will not be of any use. The ancient ocean god searched for a long time, and finally found the whereabouts of this sapphire. The owner of the gem at that time, was the ancestor of the village chief of Hagrove Fishing Village. He was a sea ranger and a hero who was chivalrous and righteous. In order to make the plan successful, the ancient ocean god took the pirates on the sea as a bet, and asked the sea ranger to gamble with him. As long as the sea ranger lost, she could get the gem. Unexpectedly, during the bet, the resurrection method she arranged herself worked. This led to the emergence of the second generation of the ocean god, and took away the power of the sea god. The ancient ocean god was cut off from the bottom of the pot, and could only retreat to this consciousness space to sleep. A few days ago, the oath of Hagrove village was broken. She also received feedback and supplements from the original bet, which allowed her to recover. After regaining consciousness, the sea god immediately began to seize the ocean sapphire, trying to continue his plan from 1,000 years ago. Unfortunately, this time he was not facing the ocean ranger, the blesser of the sea. Instead, he was facing Wright, who could not be judged by common sense. As the saying goes, every cause has its effect, and it seems that I'm your retribution. Wright has obtained the ownership of this conscious world through the sapphire, and easily grasped the sea god. Looking at the sea god who was lifted up in the air, and was still struggling, Wright showed a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth. Because of your bet, how many people and generations have suffered? Have you ever thought about how painful it is for the fishmen who exist to resurrect you? Those life and death duels for the blood of the gods have lost their meaning, because of you in the end. How ridiculous is that? The existence of a god, like you, will only make the world worse. So, it's better to die. Wright exerted force suddenly and directly crushed the will of the ancient ocean god in midair. But just when Wright had succeeded, the sea god who had just disappeared was resurrected again. Okay, killing you once is not enough, but you are so considerate that you want me to kill you a few more times. If I don't satisfy your wish, then I'm really too inhumane. Wright raised his hand and raised the Synlight greatsword high. Sleep forever in the sea. The Synlight suddenly burst into a bright light, completely piercing the surrounding sea fog. Facing this magnificent blow, the face of the sea god was full of horror. However, the next moment, her divine shadow suddenly disappeared and completely left the consciousness space. TSK. She ran away. Wright was very unhappy, and he put away the Synlight in a sullen manner. Lilith rushed forward. What's the matter? Why did she run away? After all, she has been in this consciousness space for who knows how many years, and it is understandable that she has left one or two secret passages for escape. But from now on, she is no longer welcome here. The sapphire in Wright's hand radiated light, completely blocking the entire consciousness space. As the orthodox successor, Wright has completely controlled this consciousness world. The realm between nothingness and reality is a rare treasure. If other gods see this, they will probably drool with envy. Although this battle failed to completely kill the first generation of the sea god, Wright took back the sea's consciousness space and sealed it up. The opponent can no longer compete, and the only thing left is to find her body in the real world, completely defeat it, and successfully rescue Gladys. This is a good thing. Lilith felt the changes in the consciousness space and reached out to touch the sapphire in Wright's hand. Right, you must make good use of it. Unexpectedly, Wright smiled and said, for me, it's useless. The concept of the sea overlaps with my concept in some ways, and conflicts in others. I can use it for reference, but there's no need to absorb it. But with it, I have the final say on who will be the next sea god. Alice reached out and pulled Wright's sleeve. Brother, are we going back? Do we have to rescue Gladys as soon as possible? Yes, after all, Gladys is our good friend. Then brother, do you know where the sea god is hiding? Wright laughed and rubbed Alice's head. Don't worry, Alice, the sea god is already at the end of his strength. What's more, we now have the sapphire in our hands, and the entire sea is under our control. It's not too easy to find the first generation of sea god. I believe her current situation is very bad. Gladys' witch power is probably her last resort. But as long as the fairy tale town completely isolates it, with the parts stored in her body, it can't cause any waves. So, don't worry, just rest assured. Lilith held him back. I think you'd better hurry up. Don't forget that our real enemy is the Dragon of the End, Dragon Island. If we are delayed too long by this ocean god, the crisis of Dragon Island will be imminent. Wright nodded slightly after listening to Lilith's reminder. That's right. After all, the location of the Eye of the Sea God is in the abyss of the deep sea, and that's also where Old Pie's body is sealed. It's also directly below the location of Dragon Island. Wait, this crazy woman won't go to blow up the Eye of the Sea, right? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.